Hello everyone and welcome to Laurence Plays Foundry. Good evening regular, good evening everyone else who's watching, good to have you here. So today, right, well, what's been going on recently? I do remember that last time I built that assembly line all the way over there that's currently building big stompy robots, but while I was making the thumbnail for this video I realised I'd made a very simple mistake which is causing that to not work properly. And that simple mistake is that in here, where we're supposed to be making robot parts, you'll notice there's a bit of a shortage of them. So I'm going to fix this first. Hello Madman, hello No Guard, welcome. That mistake is, well, you can see here, there is a piece of belt missing underneath this inserter. So let's fix that. Right, there we go. Now things are working and we can worry about the entire rest of the factory. That will mean that we'll be able to make these robots over here slightly more quickly, because you'll notice at the moment we've got some torsos, but there aren't any arms going onto them, so that's stalled the assembly line. There aren't any arms on this belt, and there aren't any arms because over here we are waiting for these robot parts to come in. So fixing that is going to make things a lot better. Frame skips? I can't really tell from here, I'm afraid. Give it a few minutes, see if it calms down, and if not, then I'll worry and try and work out if there's anything I can do, and probably work out there isn't. I honestly don't know. Sorry. Anyway, yes. So last week I made a to-do list at the end of the stream because I'm organised and I'm a proper professional streamer. So on my list, I have top of the list is recycle soil. So one of the things we can do in this game is turn rubbish into treasure. Somewhere in here there is a recyclometron machine. Anyway, it is not this one or this one. Is it you? It's resource separator. That's the one. So I can shove that in next to the landing, next to the warehouse that's being filled up by all of this stuff that's being picked up by my construction bots. And then do something useful with it. Maybe turn it into some actual resources that I can do something with. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a to-do list mod. It's the sort of thing that people tend to make, so it may well exist. I have to admit I haven't looked. That stone is that piece of earth there is bothering me because it's just floating in the air like stone doesn't. In fact, so is this one. Stop that. Also you. Stop that. There we go. That seems to be the and you. There we go. Those seem to be the worst offenders. So yes, my those construction ships, the big yellow guys, they land here and then they unload all of the soil they've dug up into their landing pads, and then that gets dumped out along these belts and goes into this storage box here, which is and so over here, as you can see, we've got almost 35,000 earth, 15,500 sand, 7,500 stone, 400 I don't even know what that is, and 236 pieces of tree. And so I don't know if we can sell it. That's an interesting thought that I hadn't even considered, but I think I'm going to make a recyclometron and use that instead, because selling seems a little bit weird. So I believe there is an alternative type of splitter, a filter splitter, which I just haven't needed to use yet. Filter loader, which I haven't needed to use yet. So we'll make some of those so that I can pull out specific things from in here and then feed them into recyclometrons, or resource separators as they're actually known, and then start making this. Right, so let's go off and make those two things first. Here's my mall over here, and put it away. It's not big, it's not clever. Right, so we need steel and advanced. So there's steel. Where are advanced parts? There's advanced parts, right next to the steel. What was the other thing I needed for these machines? Steel, advanced parts, and electronic components. And there's electronic components down there as well. Sweet. So this is just these three rows. So I'll put in a machine along here because, actually first, I'll dig a hole in the ground and fill it in with Ujima That's not the tool I wanted. That's the tool I wanted. Get the tool, there we go. Right, and make it a 4x4. So we'll dig out a hole here so I can put in the foundation and make things actually work properly. This is a somewhat iffy system because I've got a piece left there, so I'm going to need to go back and deal with. But I'll dig out a load like this. Then we'll switch this back over to a 1x1. And I can pew those two bits and pew those two bits. Then I can fill this space up with that, and then I can oh no, that is correct. Then I can realise that I'm not going to be able to reach those electronic components, but fortunately there's some on the other side, so it doesn't matter. Then I can put this guy in here. Which way are you all facing? You're all facing this way, so let's point you this in the same direction. For the sake of my sanity, what's left of it. Then I can use one of those and one of those, and also one of those. Can drop down here, bump, 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 and we can hit the big shiny configure button, and we can say make resource separators, and there we go. It's filling up with all the resources we need. All right. Yes, hovering in much the same way bricks don't. You're quite right. I am in fact a Vogon in a cunning disguise. Actually, to be honest, remembering the old TV series from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, my construction ships, which you can't see because they've vanished off into the drawless distance over there, do kind of look a little bit like the Vogon construction. There's one. They do look a little bit like they're big and yellow. That's about as close as they get to the Vogon ships, actually. Maybe these ships look more like them, except that they're blue. So between the two, they're kind of Vogonian. Vogonian, that's a better word. Oop, and that's me in the wrong place. Let's try and jet over to here. Okay. I think you have to have at least slightly special dirt to be able to get away with selling very much of it. Right, so I'll take 4 of those. That's probably going to be enough for now. Oh, the balancer can sort as well, can it? Okay, that's nice. I think in this case, using the filters is probably better, because that way I can leave anything that doesn't get sorted can just be left in the storage thing. Sorry, anything that doesn't get recycled can just be left in the storage thing, and that's going to be much, much easier. So I'm strongly suspecting that that I'm going to be able to make the filter inserters here just out of very, very basic stuff. It takes advanced components, but I think we can get those from here. No, they're all the way... This is going to be tricksy. Because it's advanced components, electronic components. That's okay. We have both of those available over on this side. But then also, I've got this with me as it turns out, xenoferrite plates, which are only over here. And, ooh, are they... They're over here as well. But that's no use, because that's too far away from the electronic components. No, this isn't going to work. I either put it here and feed advanced components to it by hand, or I put it here and feed iron plates to it by hand. Let's put it in here, because there's more space available in this area, so I feel like I might as well. So we can put that there. Not press that button, press that button. Plummet. Right, so you are going to make that one. And that means we're going to need... Well, I'll tell you what, first, have anything in my inventory that... Oh, okay, I don't have anything useful in my inventory. That makes a change. Normally, my inventory is full of absolute trash. So, let's put in one of those to get it the advanced components. One of these to get it the basic electronic components. And then, it's a fairly specialised thing. So I don't feel too bad about hand feeding this one. I could branch the iron plates over into the middle, but it takes up a lot of space whenever I try and do something like that. And it always ends up looking a bit ugly. So it is in theory, yeah. But where would I bring them down? They'd need to be, they'd need to be on this row here probably, because this one over here is taken up already. Either that, or I nudge it even further out. Maybe I could get them in underneath here. Can I put in an inserter underneath? No, and I can't put an inserter in underneath this belt, so this belt would then have to go even higher, and that's a lot of fiddling just for things that I don't expect to use very often, and this is going to make a quantity of them, about 10 of them I think, judging by how much iron I chucked in, maybe 9 of them. That's probably going to be enough, so I'll take 5, and then head off and not worry about it too much. Yeah, there is more room down the end, but every time I put something like that in, it creates a bit of a mess on the in the mall system and makes things a little bit harder later on. So I'm sort of trying to avoid it in a kind of quick and dirty way. Right, let's pull some of this out. This feels like a good place to put my recycling systems. I've dug a deeper hole than I meant to, never mind. Someone's going to come in and complain about subsistence or something in a moment, I can tell. Right, so let's fill all that area in like that. I don't know how big these machines are going to be because I haven't looked. But now if I actually take a look and go, why have I got Technomore rubble? Get rid of that. I can then go, where are you? Auto sort. There we go, Recyclometron. It is 9 by 5 by an additional 5. So I may not have made quite enough space. Actually, it's just about enough. Does it have inserty points all around? No. I can't. It's too big. I can't see what it does properly. Let's flip it around, have a look at it, and see what we can make of this thing. Right, so we have an output here, lovely. We have an input. We don't have an input. Come on, surely you must take stuff in. Does it go in the top like some sort of weird hopper-based thing? I mean, it looks like it's sort of cosmetic. Oh, yes, it goes in here. Okay, well, that's fun. All right, then. Conversion. Yes, tell me about conversion. So you support... Okay, so I can just chuck basically anything into it, and it'll eat it. Tundra dirt may turn into any kind of resources. Fine. What about all the rest of the things that I want to throw into it? I wanted to put in... I've got an enormous quantity of stone, and that appears to not be supported by it. So biomass turns into 100% chance of turning back into biomass. That's not helpful. Tundra dirt turns into resources. That's good. Seeds turn into biomass. Fine. Concrete things. Oh, no, it's just tundra dirt. That's not very helpful at all. If I manage your inventory, so presumably this is going to say if I try and put this stone in here, it's going to go no. It's going to go, oh no, you don't. I don't like that. That's interesting and somewhat annoying. Presumably if I come over to here and go, hello, I would like your tundra dirt. A ton of dirt. A ton of raw dirt. Yeah, so you get invalid items in there. But I can put the tundra dirt in like that and boop, 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 it gets turned into other things. So that's interesting. The main things that I generate that I was therefore going to want to get rid of are not supported for recycling. That is frustrating, but oh well. No. And it says I can put biomass into it. What happens if I do? Presumably not a lot. Have some biomass just because. Then it jams because it's trying to turn the biomass into biomass. Fair enough. And there's no room in the outputs for that. So let's take that back out again. Right. So we can turn the tundra dirt into approximately nothing. It's being turned into small amounts of actual vaguely useful rubble, but it is literally only the tundra dirt out of the stuff we've discovered. I can't put that back in there, which I'm allowed to deal with. Maybe there's further research that allows me to make these. That allows me to make this more efficiently. But anyway, in the meantime, I can put in, I guess, a rampamatron from up there. Are you an up ramp? Yes, you are. So nip, 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 like that. And then the belt can come sort of around the outside like this. No, like this. There we go. Ooh. No, it can't. Well, yeah. Okay, we'll have a piece of belt. No, that's the very last thing I wanted. Right, let's try again. Put a piece of belt there. Put a piece of belt there. There, and then go in here. Lock that position and then go along the side, because we might put more than one type of thing in here if we can fit the inserters in. So now I can get those filter inserters that I made earlier, if I can find them. Nope, that's a pump. There it is. One of you guys. Okay, it won't fit in under the ramp. I'll be rebuilding that at some point then by the I assumes of it. So on here there's going to be, yes, we're going to set the filter. Boop. And we're going to filter to Tundra, since that's the only thing I can actually recycle at this point, and we want it to be an output. Boop, I said output. So if we bring back any more Tundra dirt, we will successfully recycle it in the recyclometron, and we'll get out some stuff over here, which, to be honest, I don't know. For now, I feel like I just want to put that into another box, or maybe back into the same box, and then sort it out a different box, and then sort it out another time. It does feel a bit like that. Yes, there's meant to be more types of dirt in there, and they've only put that one in. Or maybe they reckon that the other types of dirt are a bit too common, and so you'd end up being able to produce useful amounts of resource just by strip mining large sections of the countryside, and they don't want you to do that. I don't really know, but that's a shame and a bit of a disappointment. Fortunately, with the other changes that were made fairly recently, making the storage capacity, making the stack sizes for all of the the things so much bigger, I feel like there's not too much worry about this thing filling up. So it's probably fine for at least a good while. Still, that's mildly disappointing, but oh well. So you think it might be a research? Well, let's find out. So if we find slag reprocessing, no, that's just cement slag reprocessing by the looks of it. I've done nearly. Oh no, there's some more research. Logistics bigger, fuel oils, that's right. Mining efficiency, mining force project efficiency, rubber production. It doesn't look to me like I'm going to get any better recycling at any point, which is a shame. Because if it was something you could research, and even if it had tiny chances of actually producing the thing that you wanted, that would kind of be okay. Mildly disappointing, but kind of okay. There it is. There's a resource separator. And that's the end of a tech tree branch, so I suspect there's not going to be anything else available there. So this is just somewhat underwhelming. But yeah, as I was saying, even if the percentage chances were absolutely dreadful, and we found that turning whatever, I mean, here we've got 5% chance of producing each one of the things, so there's only a 20% chance of getting anything at all out. Even if it went down to a sort of a 2% or a 1% chance of getting anything out from the more common dirt, I'd sort of be okay with that, because it's not a thing I'm planning to do in large quantities. It's just something to do with all the dirt that I'm digging up. So, but oh well, never mind. I guess you must have a mod in that allows you to do that then, Bob, because I apparently don't. So if you work out why yours is different, I'd be interested to know. But as far as I can tell, this machine only supports a few types of inputs. Yeah, that's weird. I don't think my version is out of date. I've got the update that allowed me to do that, and also the boring machine and a few other things as well. So I believe I'm up to date, and also looking forward to playing with the trains when that update comes out. But yeah, I don't know basically. Hello, Peter. Welcome. Right. So anyway, that's item 1 ticked off the list now. Next one is copper vein mining, which I decided I'd do by aircraft. Or rather, I decided I would do turning a copper vein directly into green circuits by aircraft, which is slightly different. And so that's because the nearest copper vein was down here somewhere, wasn't it? It's blooming miles away. I remember that much. There's a coal vein there. That's a stone vein. No, it's a telexite vein. Sorry. It's so vein. Oh, there's a copper vein. So I could go to that one. I think that may be the nearest, at least nearest to things that I have been doing. Oh no, hang on a minute. There's one there. Copper vein there. That's the one I was going to go for. So I can go for that copper vein. It's only going to be a few miles of pylons going pop, 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 pop. But I can stick in some vein miners on that one. Pull the copper out of there, and yes, my plan is to start turning it into green circuits on site, which does mean I'm going to need to bring over some. It doesn't mean I'm going to need to bring over plastic, but that could be a second aeroplane. Let's not mess around here. Let's go full LT. Let's go full LTN style with it, or full city block. Well, township with spaceships. So yes, that's electronic components which are copper and copper, and polymer boards which are made in a refinery. No, the glowy blue thing in the distance is a deconstruction planner for that mountain. So if I fly over this way, you can see my 2 construction ships floating up there in the same way that, as discussed earlier, bricks don't. Ooh. And then over here, this is an area that I've marked. I've said I do not like this mountain. Will nobody rid me of this troublesome mountain? And so these ships have flown over, and they're dropping down hordes of construction bots that are coming down here and nibbling away at the mountain and taking it away, putting it back into the ship, and then flying it back to the landing pads you saw me fiddling around with earlier. So this is a way of just removing large quantities of mountain without the without having to wait for your orbital laser to charge back up again. That said, I do seem to have missed a bit, so I guess that makes it orbital laser time. Let's remove this bit. And also, these are a lot more tidy than the orbital laser, so they're unlikely to accidentally destroy my my assembly line down here. So, while I'm waiting, let's get rid of some of this. Also, you get the resources from sending out the drone mining things to go and remove an area of terrain that offends you. I don't like where it's going down there. There might be some unfortunate. Yeah, so you see, this is the problem I was talking about. The orbital laser has overshot a little bit and destroyed some belts and some pipes over here, which I'm going to have to go in and fix in a moment. So I have to be a little bit more careful with it, I guess, in this sort of area, because this area it's not populated, but it's bordering a populated area. So when the laser gets a little bit carried away, there is a significant chance of it wrecking stuff I don't want it to wreck. Hello, cousin. Well, welcome. Yeah, Foundry I describe it most simplistically as Factorio in a Minecraft world, because we've got this whole 3D cube-based Minecraft-style system here that you can see that I'm currently blowing up, but it does exist, I promise, and not just when I'm nuking it. But then we've got the Factorio. It's nighttime at the moment, as you can clearly tell. Then we have the Factorio-style assembly lines and production buses and things going on over here. So it's a little bit of each. And unfortunately, I got a little bit carried away with my orbital laser, and so I need to do a little bit of repair work over here. So let's. Come on. You're telling me I've not got any pipe left? Oh, that's really annoying. How have I not got any pipe left? Because I blew it all up, I know. But if we're disregarding that, yeah. You seem to really like the idea of opencast mining. I'm not sure that opencast mining is particularly compatible with vein mining, because the vein points are so far down that I don't know if I'm going to be able to dig deep enough to get to that point without an accidental balrog balrog even moment. You know what? I'm going to fill in this hole here because I feel like I'm trying to make a sort of a flat surface for my factory to be on. So let's fill this in from what height are we going? This height apparently. So from there to there, and I won't worry about that because it's a cave, and I won't worry about this area because it's got a spaceport in it. Right. I need to repair that pipe because I think that's the one that's got the paint in it, and I need the paint to get through in order to paint my robots. So right, let's try this again. My robots are roboting. Please stop that. I don't actually want to do that. There we go. Did I not just go and get some pipe? What did I just go and... Yeah, I've got loads of pipe. Oh, I bet it's probably trying to select that because it's technically in front of the pipe, and dimensions are a thing. So there we go. So I probably already had pipe. So let's take that. Now we can extend this out to... Oh, there's a smart... How do I smart mode build? Oh yeah, I start from here and then I go smart mode, and I want to go from there to there to there, and boom, pipe. Right, so there we go. That'll carry the paint through to the assembly line again. That's better. And then down here, I guess I better tidy these up as well. I get a small amount of resources back from the stuff I've destroyed, which is nice. It's not a reason to do it, but it is at least a sort of a adding compliments to injury, should we say. Right, there we go. That's that mostly tidied up. Missed one. There we go. I have now hidden my shame. So let's put that ramp back in here like that, and that piece of belt back in there, and we can start supplying plastic once again to the assembly line down here. Right. Ah, and those robot parts that I fixed right at the beginning of the stream, there's now plenty of those on the belt, and Kaizen is sort of going to be twitching at this and going, "No, you're not using just in time. There's too much stored on the belts," but I'm going to ignore him. Right. While I'm here, actually, let's put in another deconstruction in. No, not there either. Fine. If you what? No. Don't do single block. Do cube. Right, so I want to go from there to... yeah, alright, let's just do everywhere. And then I want to go up enough to take out the rest of this mountain, because the mountain was too tall for me to select all of it in one go. So we'll do that. And there we go. Now it's selected all of that area for deconstruction as well. So I can clear off and go and do other more important things elsewhere and just leave the bots at it, because that's what bots are for. Right, so if I'm going to go off and set up vein mining over there, then I'm going to need some vanity. What have I got in my pockets? Quite a lot of stuff that I don't really need. And quite a lot of stuff that I actively don't want. So let's get rid of those seeds and that mineral rocks, because I don't care about that. So I'm going to need some vein. That's my drill ship. Or I could use that to get down to the vein mines. That'd be good. Are they just called vein mines? In which case they'd be down here somewhere, and that's why I can't see them. Okay, let's drop back into the bus and go and get some of the things that we hopefully be able to get some of the things that we need. That's all science production. I feel like vein miners was something I made fairly recently, so they're probably going to be way down the end over here. They're also probably going to be fairly complex, and none of this stuff is labelled. Well done there. Oh, so that's assembly line stuff. So it was before that. Large smelter crusher. Filter loader. Then we've got all the belt stuff. Alright, I'll look at what goes into one, and hopefully that'll tell me where I'm making it. It's you, isn't it? Oh, it's under O for ore vein miner. I've got 4 of them. Okay, sweet. I've already got plenty. So I'll go and put those in, and then come back and think about whether that's going to be enough. I'm also going to need freight elevators, which is these guys. I don't need the freight elevator 1s. Let's go and see if we can find where to dump the freight elevator 1s to make them into freight elevator 2s. I think it was something simple. Ooh, what are you guys? No, you're assemblers. Oh, come on. I need to make freight elevators to make them into freight elevator 2s. There must be... Ooh, could it be here? Yes, freight elevator 2. This one. Right, so let's dump these in here. Goodbye. I don't need you. Just keep the 2s. And I had some of those, didn't I? I've got 18 of those, which is frankly ridiculous. That's far more than I need. But that's fine. I'd rather have too many than too few. I've got 3 transformers. That's probably going to be enough. I've got 2 large pylons, so I'm going to need some more of those. I've got 6 farmer robot arms that I shouldn't have at all. I should go and put them back into the assembly system. I'm also going to need the airports. Oh, there's freight elevator 1. Did I start making... I started making freight elevator 2. Freight elevator 1 again here to make elevator 2. That's slightly silly, but or at least it's silly not removing the other thing. Right, airports. What do they need? That's these 2, isn't it? Cargo shuttle pads. Okay, that's steel and circuit boards and stuff like that. So that's going to be on this row. If I go back over it again, I'll be able to read the signs, which will be helpful. But it's going to be later than this sort of stuff, isn't it? Surely. Here we go, transport ships. So I want the... Oh, we haven't made any because we haven't got up... What? Why are you not loading up with circuit boards when you clearly need them? Also, which machine was it? Let's check. Let's get this right. Right, you're making transport ship ports, but you need... Right, it's the second from the end, and it needs green circuits. So that's going to be one of these. A medium inserter. Put that there. Now that should kick in and start working. Thing is, there's 2 transport ship port types, and I don't know what. Maybe this machine was meant to be making the other ones. I'm not sure. So what do we need for that? So we've got the. No, it's not. That's the wrong one. Oh, I took this. I probably took that out because I didn't want to make another one of these because they were so expensive on green circuits. Fail. All right. What I actually want is. Here we go. Cargo pick up and drop off. These guys. So I need 2 of each. So I'll take 1 of those, and take 2 of those, and take 1, 2 of those. So that's 1 to take the plastic out to the area, and then 1 to bring it, and then 1 to bring the green circuits back again. I will also need a large quantity of assembly machines, which I do not have. I have crushers, which I don't. I will also need a lot of copper smelting capacity as well, but that's something to get later. No, actually, that's I don't know, something to copy fairly soon, I guess. Actually, right. Assembler 2s, gimme. It's only 10. I mean, 11. Still not very many. Oh well, that's enough for me to get started. Let's head over there. Actually, let's put down a cargo pickup point for the plastic. So plastic is coming out here quite slowly. So I think I also need more plastic production, because this isn't. If I'm going to start stealing loads of it away and taking it off to the wild unknowns, I'm going to need more of that as well. So okay, my yak has got hairier yet, and we're going to have to shave that off before we can do any more. So making plastic sheets is just liquid plastic, and making liquid plastic is just, why am I not looking in the crafting menu, because it tells me much more easily. Making liquid plastic is just crude olumite. That's really easy. Let's make an enormous quantity of it somewhere that's going to be out of the way. How do we define out of the way? Probably over here, because I don't think I'm going to need to extend this any further, because I'm going to be bringing in the green circuits by aircraft in a moment. Did I? This is using plastic. I've got this belt coming in from here, but that's coming from the same plastic production. Could it have been? Oh, you're right. I did. It was over here. Thank you. Yes. So this plastic production area over here is indeed, as you say, my new plastic production area. It's just insufficient. So I guess there's a bit of ratio mashing needs to be done here, because 2 of those machines aren't running. Am I going to need to make a copy of a bajillion copies of this? Probably without copying the flare stack, because I don't think that matters. Right, let's have a look at the numbers, because I've clearly got those wrong. One machine refining olumite to liquid polymer makes 75 liquid polymers per 4 seconds. So it's a bit less than 20, a little bit less than 20. One of these uses up 5 every 2 seconds. So in the 4 seconds that this takes to run, this is going to have used up 10. So I want 7.5 of these machines for every one of these. Yeah, 7.5 of these for every one of these, and that'll be producing 15. Yeah, 15 per second, which isn't bad. So this system, so 7.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got the numbers about right here. Slightly under. Oh, there's a piece of pipe missing for no apparent reason. For sake, put the pipe in the gap. There we go. Or else I shall have a rage. Okay, so that's going to help a little bit. That's going to knock another. That's going to add on another 40%. However, this is a bit feeble. I think some copy pasting is going to be required. So let's get the copy tool. I would like to select an area. Yes, I would. And I would like to select. Yes, I'd like to select an area. Good, that's done. I get paranoid with this tool because it can do so many things that I lose track of what it's supposed to be. Sometimes lose track of what I've actually got it doing. So I'd like to go from there to there, and then to infinity and beyond, and then I would like to copy in place, and I would like to go bomb, bomb, bomb to quadruple it. And then I would like to bring up the options here, and I would like to demolish the terrain. Boom, like that. I would like to demolish. I don't know what that is. It's probably decor. How can they be blocked? That worries me. I'm just going to paste this and then worry about why those are blocked in a moment, because I've removed all the organics. That makes me wonder if there's at least I thought I did, because I pressed these 2 buttons. Oh, I just didn't hit demolish decor hard enough, apparently. Let's do that again. Right, and now we can go, what am I missing? I'm missing 18. Oh, I'm only missing 18 casting machines. That's not too bad. That was pretty close to having. Oh, and building blocks. Oh, foundation. Right, okay. So I need another 340 foundation and 18 casting machines. That's actually not too bad. Thank you for reminding me about that, regular. I would completely have blanked on that and then felt very, very silly. Let's close that so I can actually see what I'm doing. So I need a quantity of this. Boop, boop. I need to get rid of... I don't like throwing away resources. It feels just feels wrong. Let's into a machine. Let's put some in a machine. There we go. Let's get rid of some of it. And take another stack of that because it is useful stuff. Stone I don't feel bad about destroying because it is functionally infinite. A lot of these machines I want to do something useful. I want to put them... There's a lot of stuff in my inventory that I don't want to be carrying around, but I don't want to destroy because it's useful stuff. Like assembly line rail and assembly line parts that I'm not doing at the moment. But I don't really know where to put it. Oh well, let's go and find some casting machines. I do like that sign, explosives bracket throwing. Best sort of explosives. Right, if you were a casting machine, here you would be. And I need 18 of those, and there's 5 in this box. That's not very good. I'm going to have to stand here for a while, poking the button. So that's 6. In the meantime, I guess I can go back into here, bring up the panel, and go confirm paste again, and that gets rid of all the building blocks that are required, and most of the casting machines, but I still need another 12 of those. We'll have them sooner or later. Let's see if we can find out what... check up Bob's suggestion on version number. Can I see that from here? No, I don't think I can. It's probably only on the main menu, and I'm not going to go back there right now. I'll try and remember to check that. Can you stick a message in the Discord, please, Bob, assuming you're on there? And I'll try and remember to go along and check that out when I finish the stream. 3. Oh, top left. 222. Okay, I am on a different version to you. I'm on 22650-162871670. So all the numbers before the dash are the same. 22650, 060, 22650. But yeah, so maybe I need to have a look at that and see if I can update. I don't know. 4. Yeah, I wasn't seriously taking it as criticism, guys. No, in fact, because you hadn't even said any of that. I will admit, putting words into your mouth and just being slightly snarky about my own builds. Oh, and you still need another 5 of these casting machines to get that finished. It does seem a little bit cheaty that I can finish off my build all the way over there from picking up the things over here. But you know what? I'm not actually complaining because it's kind of handy. Come on, nearly there, nearly. 5. Confirm paste. Right, there we go. Done. So I can close that thing now. Right, so head back over here. And you know what? Let's just put everything from the next 3, from the 3 new rows over here, straight into the aircraft thing. Where's my... here's my oil input. Yeah, let's run that round the other side. So you... we'll remove you, in fact. And we'll turn you into a D-piece, which we'll put in here. And then we'll do a smart pipe that goes from here to here. And then we'll bimble along here and we'll knock out that one, and 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 that one. And come to think of it, also that one, that one, that one. And then we fly through here, then we go, oh yeah, change the tool, that'd be useful. Then I can put in that, that, and that. Then corners. You know, I should have built one of these properly and then copy and pasted it additional times to once it was finished, rather than having to repeat my corrections multiple times over. But never mind, it's not that difficult. These are at least reasonably simple fixes. So do that, and oh dear, the pipe's got too long. I guess that was... What's going on here? Stop that. I guess that was sort of an inevitability. So in that case, well, I'll take out these 2 blocks here, because this is in a convenient place, and no. Then I shall look in my backpack. I shall find a pump, and I've still got 5 of these left. These go quite a long way because you don't need them very often. It's like Factorio. It's only when you make a really, really long pipe that you need to then stick a pump on it. But you do need to. But again, much like Factorio, you need to power your pumps. So we'll do it like that. There we go. So now we've got crude oil cruding its way all the way down here into these machines. So they have kicked in. Lovely. I am also going to have to link up the outputs of the waste products to go to this pipe here, to the flare stack over here. So I'm going to put in another pipe that's going to go all the way across here like that. Then once again I'm going to fly along and knock out some gaps in it in order to get some T-pieces in. Like this. And this. No, that one doesn't need one. Then back to the T-piece again. That way around this time. There. And there. And there. And then we can finish these pipes off like this. And the waste gases will now be able to escape, and we won't have to... won't end up sort of stockpiling them in a place where we can't. Right. Oh, I don't know about the... Oh, can you use high voltage on a pump? Okay, that's worth knowing. I thought pumps were low voltage only, but cool. I'll have to try and remember that in the future, because for my really long pipe runs, that would be extremely handy, because I've been putting in transformers for them all, which is a bit naff. No, you have to be a down slope and go that way, and similarly like that, and like that. And then we'll put in the airport. Well, that's going to be goodbye tree. And I think I'm probably going to have to mine an area out for the airport. So we'll dig it out here and here. Oh, and if I remember correctly, airports really, really, really need to have the logistics containers, because if you don't, then the airport doesn't really have an internal inventory. All it does is take things in from its inputs and put them into the aeroplane, or take them from the aeroplane and provide them to its outputs. So if you don't give it to somewhere to use as a buffer, you end up significantly limiting how much stuff you can store in you end up not having any buffer to supply while you're waiting for the aircraft to fly to or from wherever it's going. There we go. And there. I don't know if I actually need to take out quite this much, because I can't remember how big an airport is, but I've started self-finish. Right, that's probably good enough. So, an airport, this is going to be a start pad. It is 31 by 31. Jeez. Okay. Right. That is a lot. So if we get rid of you, and now if we start from here, I don't know, it's going to be flipping huge. So we'll start from here. There's a thing in the way, never mind, I'll deal with that later. So if we go to over here, that is how many? That is 34. So okay, so that is 31 by 10. So yes, I'm going to need quite a bit more space than I originally freed up. So let's take that out. And then it's downhill from then on, so that's easy. So I need another 21 out from here. Zoop, like that. And then I need to fill in the gap in the middle like this. And then there's lots of trees I need to fly around and fry. So a bit. Do you remember the drones in Dyson Sphere program, Madman? There's something very, very similar to that in this game. You can also do mark belts if you wish, which is how I'm bringing in my Telexium or whatever it's called. That does work, but it's a bit gross using belts over an enormously long distance. Trains are coming. They have been promised. they've been promised and there'll be a beta version or an alpha version of it available for testing relatively soon. So there will be trains. They just haven't actually released them yet. Because you see how up here it says early access. Yeah, the early access means they haven't done trains yet, but are fully intending to. Right, so I put that there, like so. Is that in the right place? I hope so. That is a genuinely ludicrous building. Ow, cactus. That is what I would call a ludicrous building. And now I need a logistics storomatron, which I don't think I have. Can I build one with the stuff in my pockets? Probably not, because I spend all my time throwing away all the stuff in my pockets. So I want at least one of those, maybe even... Oh, that's a tank. So yeah, I want one of those. Let's go and get some iron, steel, machinery parts and components, and build at least 4 of those. Because that's going to be an essential part of this system, essentially. Yeep, rocks. Yeah, the audience is basically people who played Minecraft and people who played Factorio, and everyone who's played Factorio is obviously going to expect trains because trains. So that's enough reason for me. And yeah, they are fully aware of it being basically a requirement, and are going to be adding it. I mean, it is literally the thing they are working on at the moment, or one of the things they're working on at the moment. They may well be multitasking. I wouldn't like to say, but every Friday Foundry Facts talks about trains as a thing that's they're going to be working on. They've released a number of YouTube videos of sort of little demonstrations. One thing I did notice is that the demonstration videos didn't have the trains going up and down hills. So I'm wondering if that's the sort of the bit that they still haven't quite done yet and are still working on. It's Tylenol Mums Club, yeah. I understood that reference. Right, so I need to make myself some of these things. So I also need a load of iron and some electronic components. Well, the electronic components are right here. Num 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 num. I think you need to have a certain type of engineer mentality, should we say, in order to appreciate these sort of construction games. Right, I need to make a chest to put the stuff that I don't want to be carrying around with me into, so that I can make the chests. Let's try the easy way first. Auto sort has not freed up any space. Huh. Okay, well let's get rid of all of the biomass because I don't actually need biomass. Oh, actually, I do kind of need biomass for powering my drill thing, but oh well. I shall gather some of this. Maybe I'll make 5 of these things instead. You know what would be really useful? A little number popping up when you pick a thing up to tell you how much of that thing you now have in your inventory. At least 2 other games I've played have that, and that would be kind of handy. Right, now hopefully I can make some storage containers. Yes, I can. I can make 3 of them. Lovely. That's a good start. And then, where have they gone? Have they escaped because I don't have enough space in my inventory? Probably not. I just can't find them. They should be under L. There they are. Right, so I'll put one of those in here. Boink, like that. And then you are going to be where I put stuff that is too valuable to throw away, but I don't want to carry around with me, like assembly line parts, like that. Boilers, sure. Cargo shuttle pads I do need. Chemical processors I don't need. Belt stuff, definitely need. Crusher 1s, I don't need, but I should be putting them in to be made into Crusher 2s. Distillation columns, no. Drill ship, yes. Drone miners, no. Arc furnace, no. Explosive charges, I don't really... let's take the explosive charges back, actually. I think they're kind of... At the very least, they're fun, even if I don't necessarily need them. Farmer robot parts, I should go and dump them in somewhere more useful. Fluid assemblers, I don't need for this particular... Geothermal boiler, I don't need... Light pole, I'll take those, fine. Liquid intakes I don't need at the moment. Loaders I do need. Mining drill I definitely don't need. Oh no, the ore scanner is actually very useful. Pump jacks, I might have to put some more of those down in a minute. Smelter small, I don't need a smelter small, but I might upgrade it to a smelter big. Right, there we go. There's actually now some space in my inventory, and that has basically. Funny thing is that has basically filled this big container. The small container over here is merrily picking up 4,000 pieces of foundation, and it's only half full. And the one over there that you saw has tens of thousands of dirt in it. So stuff is not of a very consistent size in this game, shall we say. Okay, so I'm now down to 2 of these things, and I need 4. So that means I still need more iron, apparently. At least 20 of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 9, 20. Welcome to Counting with Laurence once again. And that should allow me to make at least 2 more of these. Excellent. There we go. So that's made all of those now. Made me enough of those. So that means I can now buzz back over here and do the useful with this thing. And I want to have loaded. I want it to be loaded as quickly as possible because speed is of the essence, as Toad would say. So, and these do these take inserters? I think they do. Yeah. So I want to go 1, 2, 3, 4 inserters like that, and I want to do another 4 along here, like 1, 2, 3, 4. Because that's how this game rolls. And then I want to put down one of these in there, and then I go, well, crap, that doesn't fit. So I guess that means I do this entire thing over on the other side of the landing pad. And I have to admit, I had a feeling that was going to happen. I thought I'd see if it would fit, because it very nearly did if I had one more space to play with. Actually, since it's only like 1 more space, let's come over here. Let's put down another 2 pieces of foundation. Let's zap that cactus. Pew, right in the cactus. Put down another 2. In fact, you know what? I reckon this thing probably doesn't need to be where it was on the foundation. I reckon I can put that down. So rather than having it... God, these things are so stupidly big. Rather than having it where I put it before, which I think was there... Or was it? No, it was... I don't even know. Is that the same place I put it before? No, that's definitely further out. Well, I say definitely. I'm pretty sure that's further out. So, first inserter, second inserter... logistics containers, right, so 1, 2 for the first inserter, 1, 2 for the second inserter. Oh, it's got panels on both sides, sweet. So put that there. Then I want to have my fastest of belts, and along... Okay, that's fine. Along here, like that, and that, and that, and that. So those are maximum speed belts. I can then go inserters all the way along here, like this. Bum, 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 and along here like this. Bum, 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 bum. Why did that not work? What's going on? What's going on in here? Well, that's in the wrong place for a starter. Go away. Then that one goes in. There's a magic pixel in there somewhere that I can, if I can get it, I can put this in the right place. I can't get in there, it's too tight. Don't say it. There we go, so that goes there. I need to connect power to this area, that's fine. I'll do that in a moment. Output, output. I haven't had to run around buildings like this since very, very early stages of the game. Okay, so that's all of my loading into this thing. There's four green belts. I think that's probably fast enough. I also need a power supply, which is going to be very, very easy because I just need to go bump like that, and that'll link these two together. There we go. Now those guys are happy. And now, I just need to bring all of these over to the machine here. And I don't need to, and I could combine them all onto one green belt, since these are almost filling a red belt, as we see over here, where we have a basically full red belt going out. But let's future-proof this. So I'll put in 1, 2, no, 3, 4. No, you're not supposed to be there. And then I want to go yellow belts for this. Yellow belts is this one. So 3, boop, upgrade that. I do like how easy it is to upgrade in this game. How easy it is to upgrade belts and things in this game. It's already got Peter's mod installed. Oh, I can go straight in there actually. Doop, like that. No, it can't because that's wrong. Try that again, Laurence. That can go straight in there like that. Lovely. And then the third one can come from there across this way and then rotate and in there. I thought that was going to be a sneeze, but it turned out not to be. Right. So you are going to be called... Oh, yeah, I need to set destination. So I need to go and create a destination for this ship to go to. But we'll worry about it. Okay, so the cargo shuttle pad does have some storage space available in it. Maybe I was being a bit mean about saying how crap it was for the coal mine one over there. Anyway, right, so that's step one. We now have plastic flooding in from these machines here. The belts are still full because the machines have quite a large buffer inside them. You'll notice that only the end 2, the end 3 have started working along here. But we'll eventually get all these running flat out and pumping plastic into here at the speed we can make it at. And then we'll have loads of plastic available for this spaceship, for this aircraft, and for my little pilot chappie over here to carry it away for me. Right. So that's step one. Step one is put plastic into an aircraft. Step two is get some more pylons. Step two may be a little bit smaller than step one. I need some more big pylons. Large pylons, just the bunny. Give me that. 10. I might need more than 10. We're going quite a long way. I'm also going to need a quantity of cable, which I think is being made somewhere else with the small pylons. Splitter belt, minor smelter, burner generators, light poles, foundation crushers, pylons, transformers. Are we just straight up not making cable because it's so easy to make? Casting machine, freight elevator, lava smelter, pipe intake, steam turbine, power line. There we go, that's the one. Gimme, gimme. Yoink. Right, and large pylons. Have you made some more? You've made another 7. Right, let's go and find out if that's enough. So, these pylons, with these pylons, I do the wed. No, I need to take power from here, or somewhere, wherever my furthest down high voltage power supply. Oh, it'll be on the assembly lines. The assembly lines take high voltage power, so there's going to be high voltage down here already. That's convenient. So I need to then go down out this way, maybe to about here. Then cross the river at some point. Maybe here is going to be the narrowest point, and therefore my pylon might be able to reach from there to there if I'm lucky, and then down to over here where we're going to do some more technum. Right, let's get building. Yeah, the smart belt feature is really quite neat. When you're building a belt, you've got options, as you can see there. You can rotate it. Oh, I haven't built anything yet. That's why. If I start building a belt, then I can make it go up. I can lock it in an arbitrary position, and then if I loop back, it keeps it like that, and then I can lock it again, so I can make do whatever I want like this. Then I can make it go up again, so it can then go over the top of it here. Yeah, it's really quite clever. And you can undo your fixed points as well, like that as well. You can make it go up and down, and yeah, it's generally very clever. I'm honestly quite impressed with it. Okay, so I have a I have a small pylon here perched on top of an assembly machine, because why not? Apparently that is how we roll. I think what we're going to do from here is start placing big pylons, because I can't be bothered with the small ones at this point. So we'll get one of you, and we'll go for... I still don't entirely understand how this interface works. Maybe we'll just tuck this here in this convenient corner. And then I can run a cable from there to there, and no, it'll definitely reach. Then I can... Oh, of course, I forgot. You can switch pole type with the middle mouse button. So I can, yeah. So that's what I want to do. All right, let's start again. Give me a cable. Right, go from there. And I don't want a small pylon. I want a big pylon. But I'm still not going to be able to take it very far because we will still just stick it in this convenient corner here. Because you can't go a small pylon can't have a very long run, even if you've got a big pylon at the other end. A big pylon, however, can go significantly further. Am I clipping? I'm clipping. Significantly further, just like that. I'm going to head out further this way first, I think, because otherwise I'm going to get annoyed by things being in the way later, by the pylons being in the way specifically. So I can put that there, and then we can go up, up and away. I do miss Factorio's, yeah, just drag and it'll all be fine system. In fact, I think I need to go a bit further to avoid this lake, because that'd be a kind of, that's kind of annoying. So we'll go to there, because we can. And then out this way. So yeah, laying these things is a bit of a pain. However, since I have unlocked and started using the large pylons, it is a lot less of a pain because you don't need to put down as many of them. So it is in fact much, much better. We'll just try and go straight through the middle of this forest. I'm sure what could possibly go wrong. Apparently I could put a pylon on the top of the tree. That would be kind of weird, but okay. And right, here is that river that I was concerned about. Crossing. So hopefully I'll be able to get this up all the way down to over here, basically on the coast, and then also hopefully, yeah, straight across, just like that. Nice. I might even have been able to go slightly further than that. I didn't really try. Then I'll put another one over here. Huh. Yeah, there's a few places where I put in pumps with pylons and a transformer to get down to low voltage because I thought I needed to. It is possible that I don't need to. We will investigate later. Right. So there we go. That is power into the vicinity, shall we say? And now from up here, I can get out my scanometron and go ping, and there is my copper vein. It is kind of huge, and when it grows like that, it looks like some sort of weird worm thing. So I probably want to find the highest up points to start with. So we've got one at 90, level 90. Yeah, we've got 3 at 96 on sort of all the way around the outside of that. So let's go down to 96 and then dig some tunneling around from there. And I have a special toy to allow me to do this, except I didn't bring any fuel for it. So let us put that away. Let's get out the boring machine. I should put the boring machine here. And it'll happily hover. We'll have a look in here. Inventory and fuel. I don't think... Oh, I've got that. That's probably not going to take us very far. But oh well, it's a start. So let's start from that and let's go downwards. And I want to go down to 96, so about 40. And you can see my height up there in the top left corner. And I've run out of fuel. And I can't leave through the top of the machine. Ah! At least I assume that's why I've stopped. No, we've still got some fuel. Why have we stopped? Have we run into something we can't dig through? Because we're... Oh, there's a ladder. And there is a ladder to take you out the top of the machine. Sweet. And also out the bottom of the machine. All right, let's have a look down here and find out what the problem is. I don't see a problem. I don't know why we stopped. Let's get back in and see if we can go down again. Oh, it's because it's set to distance 10. Right, that's why. So from... Nerp. I was trying to get down to 96, so I want to go down another 30. Thank you, Bob. Yes, I got there eventually. It just took me a while. Right, there we go. Drill again. I am going to run out of plant matter though, so let's go and get some more. Conveniently, there is a few large trees like right here, so let's just fry them and get 30 biomass from each one apparently. Or only 22 from that one, how stingy. It's not the best of fuels. I'd been better off bringing some coal over. But unlike Factorio, there aren't random rocks you can go around to punch to get little bits of coal. So you have to kind of actually go to a coal mine. Right, there we go. That's 216 biomass. That should keep us going for a while. There's my hole. Get in the machine. In the machine. Go. Ladders are weird in basically every game. Okay, so we're now down at 112. What? Am I just that bad at maths? Drill ship. Oh, no, we just ran out of fuel. Fine. There you go. Have some of that. Three, two, 1, 0, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Stop. There we go. Okay, so now we are down at the correct height. So if I get out my scanner again and do another ping, there's the vein, and there's a there are the 3 patches that we're going to go and try and harvest. So that one's over at the first one is at 394,853, 394. So I want to go like 50 this way. This may not have been the most sensible place to drill my first hole, but never mind. No, 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 stop, stop, stop. Go back up again. That was not meant to happen. Conveniently, the drilling machine can fly. Oh, I went too high. There we go. Now, horizontally. Good. Now drill forwards 50. There we go. That's what I meant to do the previous time. Yeah, as I discovered in one of the previous streams, if you accidentally set the drilling machine leaving its hole and forget to turn it off, it will just fly off into the sky, and then you have to fly after it to try and recover it, which is comically silly. Okay, so this should be about 396, 380, No, okay, we need another 20. Am I just bad at maths today? I think I might be. Oh, no, it's just run out of fuel again. I should have brought some coal with me. I didn't think of it. Because going around and pulling up trees to fuel it is going to be a massive faff at this rate. What do you think? Should I fly back to base and get some actual coal, or just go around bullying trees? Or actually, I suppose I could have a look at the map and see where the nearest coal patch is. It might actually be quicker to just fly over there, dig some up by hand or by laser, and use that. Or summon the plane over. Oh yeah, there's the patch just there. It is very, very low down though. It's 38 meters down. No, sorry, it is down at 38 meters, so that'll take a long time. Did I only put? Oh, I can use jetpack fuel. Okay, let's give that a try then. And also more biomass, because apparently I didn't put all of it in. Hide my shames. Right, inventory. Take all the biomass. Let's see, I put 100 in that time. Maybe that'll keep us going a bit longer. Boop. Chomp, 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 chomp. Stop. I think we're off. Okay. Turn right. And okay, it's a bit off to the side. That's fine. I'm okay with it being a little bit off to the side like that. We need to then go another minus 853. So we need to go. No, we need to do 230. Actually, let's just go at this point until we run into the side of the vein, when I'm sure it's going to stop, because we can't dig through that. Oh, portable fuel. Yeah, because I've got the jetpack fuel there. I don't have any portable fuel with me. Maybe that's something I should make though. Oh, I could make the jetpack fuel into portable fuel. Okay, maybe that'd be worth doing. If I keep bullying the trees, I might find the Entwives. It is true, I might, and then they might bully me back, and then I'd be sad. Right, so I just need to nip over there. That I can do with my normal Digimatron. Actually, let's go down to a 3x3 with this. This is a slightly slower process, but that's fine because I don't need to do an enormous amount of it. There we go. There's the aha! There's the actual patch itself. To clear all of this out, ignoring all the warnings that are coming up. Can I dig that? No, can't mine that by hand. Fair enough. I didn't expect to be able to be honest. Right, so there, that is an ore vein. So now I can put in some foundation. Hang on. I've forgotten how to power a vein miner. I suspect it's probably a high voltage thing. Yes, it is. But it's that is correct. I just want to have a platform to put it on, like this. And then probably we'll need to dig out more ground than this, but we'll see in a moment. Basically, at this point, I'm just making a big hole to put it in. And we'll see if that's big enough. Right, so a vein miner, boop, goes... Where's the business end? I don't know which is the business end. I think it's that end. However, I also think there isn't room. So this thing is how big? Oops. It is 10 by 5. So presumably, got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. So I need to go back that far to fit it in. And then I'll probably want a bit more space around the edges to play with it. So let's take out as much of this as I can. There we go. And another space around the back, because I'm going to need at least a little bit more space for the belts and things, and any sort of other similar shenanigans that are required for the machine. So take out that, and then that. Now, hopefully, I'll be able to put in my vein miner. So we take one of these, and we put it. This is the wrong way around. Boop. There we go. We try and put it in. Try and put it in. Should go here. Oh, it's tall as well. Yeah. Should have realised. Right, let's take out that, and that, and that. That. Oops. Should have taken out more than that. This is a very uneven hole. I do apologise. That piece as well. But you know what? Let's make it slightly higher than I think I need to, because I don't think it can need to be higher than the opening going into the hole. But oh, that's in the way. You go away as well. Right, there we go. So now take. I don't know what take we're on now, but that goes there. Right, so perfect. So that is my vein miner. It needs power, and then it spits all the copper out here. Lovely. Okay, now we need to get back in this guy and go and find the next patch, I think. So let's do a quick scan. Ping. So we've got that one. There's another one over there, and there's another one around the other side. So that's at 428. So if I go like 30, 32. Turn. And you're going horizontally. Go. Right, and while that's going, I'm going to go and start putting power into this area. As I said, I probably shouldn't actually have the hole for this here, but oh well. Right, so I want to turn cable, and I want to switch to that sort of power pylon, so that you go there. And there, and I've run out. I knew I'd forget something important on this trip out here, and it turns out it's pylon. It's those little pylon-y guys, wall-mounted pylons. Can I make them? Do I have stuff in my inventory for that? I do not. I need additional iron, and I've come out to a copper patch, which is mildly ironic, but also unhelpful. Right. So, but still, I'll carry on with what I can do for now, which is going to get that Technomore vein over there, which is at minus 889. So if I do another 50, then we'll be in about the right place. I can't click on the button because the thing's turning. There we go. 50. Go. In fact, possibly more than that, because we're going to go past that one at 889, and then we're going to want to get to that one at 921. 90, so it's another 32. Plus the size of this box, which is a 5. So let's say another 40 after it's done this 50. Do 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 do. 1, 0. Right, so we want you to go another 40. And go. Off you go. We'll come catch up with you in a moment, because now there should be one of these, like, yeah, right there. Ooh, this is a double bonus. So I can take out. In fact, let's go up to the full 4x4. Might as well take out all of that. And there it is. I'm in kind of in exactly the right place, which is actually in a way slightly awkward, because being in exactly the right place here means that there isn't going to be room for the belt to go through, because the belt will. I suppose the belt maybe the belt can go under or something like that, or we'll finagle it around. It doesn't really matter. I've almost come in, but my point being, I've come in almost too close to the ore patch. So that seems to be 4 high, or is there some more behind here? No, that seems to be less high than I was expecting. Pull all of that out. There we go. I feel like actually I don't know if I can see the whole thing. Let's pull out a bit more there as well. Nope. There we go. Now I can see the whole thing. Alright, so now I just need to blast out a hole in this side as well. You know what? I think I'm going to get the bots to do this, because I've suddenly had an attack of the lazies. So I would like to dig from 1 to... It was 5 by 10, or it's 10 by 10 for this one because it's a bit bigger. So that's my 11? Okay, I've gone one too far that way. That's not a problem. So, in fact, let's go 12, 10, 12, 12. 13. 13 is fine. And we want a height of 5 as well. Make a nice neat cube. And then I can go R to turn my personal drones on. And then these guys can fly out and do the digging for me. And that's a lot easier, because I can then stand here and just sort of marvel at the ludicrousness of this ore patch right in front of me. And the nice thing about the drones is they will always go after... They're quite lazy, so they'll always go out to the nearest bit of stone or the nearest bit of whatever you've told them to mine to where you are. So you can kind of control where gets mined first by going in and getting close to it like this. You can also speed it up quite a lot, because the drones have to fly to and from you. So if you pay a little bit of attention, you can actually rattle through digging really, really quickly, just by making sure the drones don't have to fly too far and then just fly out and immediately back into your inventory. It does fill your inventory up quite quickly. However, fortunately, as previously mentioned, the stack sizes have been drastically increased because everyone was getting pissed off because their inventory filled up far too quickly when they're doing any mining, and they just had to spend all of their time throwing away stone and rock that they didn't want. Right, there we go. So that is now that, and if I go to here, I can put in some... This isn't... Putting in this ground underneath the thing isn't actually necessary, but I feel it sort of looks nicer. It makes it look like we've got an actual platform for my vein miners to sit on. So we'll put that in there. Then I can get the vein miners out again. Boop. I mean, no, not that one. Do it again, but better. That one. Right. Business end is that end. So put you. Yep, there. And then another one next to it there. Right, and now these two will bash out massive quantities of copper from here and then feed it out on belts at the back, and then we'll run all these out that way. but we still need to get the power in. So that's still on my to-do list. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Right, out to here again. So now, if I do another ping, the other patch should be just over there, and it is. We've overshot a bit. That was sort of semi-deliberate because I knew the drill thing is quite big. But we'll turn that round and we'll ping again and try and work out how far we need to go. So that one is at 396 and we're at 433. So we need to go like another 40. 40 will be slightly overshooting, which I think is about right. So let's do that. Go. While that's going, you know what? I'm going to nip back to base and get some more of the more various things. Actually, I'm going to get more yellow belts because I reckon, or maybe more green belts because I'm going to need to pull the copper out of here somehow. I'm going to get, although we'll bring it. Actually, I'll bring it all into the middle there. And we'll put in a freight elevator at that point. And also, at some point, I need to think about making another copper smeltery. And that's going to be a copy-paste of the one that I've already got, because why wouldn't it be? And we'll try and work out how many belts of copper we're going to get out of this system. Right, so I need wall-mounted pylons. I need belts. I've got the freight elevator. Yes, I've been making tunnels. And this is a much easier way of making tunnels. Is what thing infinite? The yes, priority to closest work order would be. It'd be nice if Factorio was the same on that one. I agree. And hello, Sophia, as well. If you mean the deconstruction planner, no, it has limits of. I think it's 32 by 32 by 32. That's the biggest cube you can define, but you can define multiple cubes at once. So, for example, I've got another one over here that my spaceship, my construction ship has been working on and coming over and knocking out those bits. And I seem to have missed some bits here. So let's just take those out because I get offended by a random floating stone. So we'll knock some of this out. And also this probably all should have been selected as well, but oh well, can't have everything. Or maybe these were different blocks of mining by the looks of it, actually. Anyway, so yes, I should have. Is it you? Yes, that ship there, the yellow, the one that is yellow, even though you can't actually tell, is flying over here at the moment with some construction drones on board. And when it gets here, they're going to fly down, and that's how I've dug out this whole area. In fact, I think I might as well, now that they're nearly finished, give them some more work to do. So I come down to here. I can select from. I said I can select from. Why are you not working? Okay, now it's working. I can select from there to wherever, and you can see I think the blue square is the biggest, presumably the biggest area I can select. I'm not quite sure, to be honest, but I select out to about there, and then I can select how high I want it to be, and there we go. It's marked all that area in blue now, which means that yeah, these construction drones will fly down from the ship and they'll mine it all up for me and demolish it, as you can see. It's really nice because before I built that, terraforming was really quite frustrating because it just took forever to do. And now it still does take quite a while, but it's hands-off time. So you can say, I don't like that mountain, and then you come back a few days later and the mountain has gone. And that's what we like to see. Okay, what goes into a pylon? Into a wall-mounted pylon, specifically? Oh, it's just iron and electronic components. That makes sense, but am I actually making them? That's the question. There's pylons. I don't think I am. Are you doing anything? You're not doing anything. Right, so I want you to make these, which means you need a supply of iron, which means you need one of these. Boink. And you need electrical components, which means you need one of these. Boink. Now if I come over here, we should see the machine running merrily. Yes, there we go. And it's made one. Hurrah! So we could do with a few more of that as well. Yeah, and we've got, now that we've got there's a wall there. Now that we've got copy paste with the mod that I added, and they have hired the devs for Foundry have hired the guy who made the mod in a sort of a very Arendelle kind of way. So I am very, very optimistic that we are going to get copy paste functionality into the game relatively soon. But having now added that mod in, to be honest, in a way you almost don't need the construction bots. What I would like actually is logistics bots, or a system that brings supplies to you, or alternatively perhaps the summer sloop system from Satisfactory, which I never actually played with, but I've heard of as being a sort of a hammer space storage system where everything you could possibly need just ends up being brought to you by magic. Now in Satisfactory it's slightly different because you're just brought raw ingredients. In this game you have to have buildings in the same way you do in Factorio, so it might not work quite as well unless you're able to put absolutely everything into that system, but still it's pretty good for allowing you to but I mean, even as it is, it's pretty good for allowing you to copy and paste areas. Were you on the stream when I copy and pasted the plastic area over there earlier? Ooh, oh yes, running on jetpack fuel. Thank you. Let's get some more of that. Gimme. So yeah, I suppose construction bots are for when you put down a blueprint with a copy paste and you don't have the stuff in your inventory, then having bots can bring it over and place it. Yeah. So yes, I take it back. Yes, you're quite right. I agree. That would be very, very useful. Also, I think we may need to be making more spaceship fuel than we're currently making, or I might end up accidentally buying some of it. Oh well, never mind. That's a problem for another time. So, oh yes, I was going to get belts as well. So yeah, it is still a bit of a faff having to come back to the factory, come back to the mall to get all of the bits and pieces that you need in order to make everything that you're making. They haven't given us a nice, neat workaround for that yet, but a guy can hope. Maybe they'll add it in a future update. I don't know. Bonk. Belt 2. That's the other one I wanted. Gimme. I'm not going to bother with any belt 1. There's going to be too much throughput for that. Also, while I'm here, let's buzz up here a little bit. Because this is my previous copper mine and current copper smeltery. And it's doing quite well. It's producing large quantities of copper. And by large quantities, I mean something like 6 yellow belts, which is fantastic. Each of these floors is capable of producing 3 yellow belts. It looks like there is 4 belts coming off here, but the total quantity on the belts is 3. And 3 shall be the number of the counting, and the number of the counting shall be 3, and so on and so on. So let's take a copy of this from here to here and to here. And this takes in 2 yellow belts of copper ore rubble. And if we take a look at this thing, I'll confirm the copy. And if we take a look at it, we can see that it's using crusher wands. Interesting. So I need a load of crusher wands. I need a lot more loaders. Jeez, okay, let's get more loaders before we go anywhere. I've got plenty of conveyor 2. I need a lot more smelters, small smelters. Okay, so small smelters and small crushers. Put it away. Let's get some more of those as well, because I would like to be able to drop in at least 1 copper processing facility. Now, if I don't get more than 2 yellow belts worth of stuff out of that, out of the vein miners I put in, I will be very, very disappointed. Crushers. 10. Not enough. This building's in the way. Smelter 1. Small smelters. And there's no point in using bigger smelters. They're just more expensive. It's easier to compensate with just large numbers of small ones, I reckon. So I'm going to be doing that. I still don't think that's going to be enough. Let's have a look. I've got nearly enough crushers, but not remotely enough smelters. I need another 19 smelters to get that, to have enough. And these build kind of slowly. Yeah, sending supplies up to the space station and then having the space station drop them in place would be quite cool. It'd be a little bit weird, especially if you start to make actual buildings, because with this being 3D, what do you do if a bot has to fly something to somewhere indoors and it doesn't? Do you have some sort of very clever pathfinding so it can work out how to get there? What if it can't get there? These are sort of difficult questions, I feel. Oh, there's a button to turn the lights on and off. I never noticed that before. Cool. 14 more. 13. Jeez. Let's go and get some more crushers. Because those, at least, are made a bit more quickly. I don't know why the smelters are being made so slowly. I don't think it's not a supply. It's not a supply shortage because, well, the bar here is constantly going. There is plenty of resources coming in. Although actually, that said, it is stealing all of the iron as it comes past, and possibly ironing all of the steel. So it does nick all of it when it's just finished making something, but it's still taking a while. Have them phase through you, maybe like construction bots in Factorio, potentially. I do agree that yes, this is quite a big. Oh, that's a good point. Let's upgrade you. Let's upgrade it, since that is an easy way to get a bit more throughput. There it is. That guy. Boop. That'll help somewhat. I think I now need another 11. I do notice there's not an enormous amount of iron coming through here. I don't know if that's because it's all being plundered. Well, there are actually quite a lot of machines running along here, making things. So maybe that... Although none of these are taking in the iron. Oh well, it's probably okay. But it is mildly concerned. And to be fair, I have just come along here and stolen a lot of stuff from all the assembly machines around here. So maybe I shouldn't be too surprised. That's nearly enough. I think that's enough for a proof of concept, and I'm getting bored of waiting. So, time for the kilometre-long flight back over to the copper veins. Oh, it's quite a long way. Yeah, this is where some sort of faster travel system would be nice. I mean, I am pressing the run button in order to jetpack a bit faster. That's normal speed. That's slightly faster speed. I want an even faster speed, which is available. There is research to speed up the flight, or speed up the jetpack, but it requires another science pack that I haven't made yet. I don't think the waypoints are new to the game. They are a little bit new to me, because I didn't realise they were a thing. I didn't think of them or start using them for a while. Apart from that, there was... In fact, I don't think they're new, because all the way from the start, there has been a waypoint showing the landing location. It's just that I've gone off and put in a few other ones as well. So I think the answer is probably not. It's just that I only started using them fairly recently. Shoop, straight down the hole. I'm glad fall damage isn't a thing. Alright, from there to there, and thence to... I do like that I've built a nice wide tunnel here. It means I don't have to worry too much about these sagging cables. And sagging cables is another thing that the devs have say they're aware is a thing that has annoyed people, and they are dealing with in a future upgrade. Because if the cables sag, then they have a chance of, well, they run into the floor if you make small tunnels, basically. And also they can be clipping hazards as well, which is always annoying. Although they've made it a little bit more generous about whether cables can clip through stuff. So I'm going to try not to, just because I feel it's rude. But in a few places, if it's a bit too ridiculous not to, then there may be some clipping hazards. Like internal corners like this one are a bit annoying. I don't know what you're supposed to do here. Should I put one here, maybe, and just sort of blip around the corner like that? Maybe I should. And just keep them on consistently on one side of the corridor. Can I run another? No, I can't run a second cable out of the machine. That'd be far too easy. And then along to here. Yes, and here. And then yonder, down yonder tunnel. Why are you sad? I've run out! Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, well, we'll have that many for now, then. Oh, has the tension been added? Oh, okay, I was unaware. Right. Let's do a bit more digging out of this area, I think. And then I've put in a... so now my pylons are just floating in the air. Fine. We'll sort that one out momentarily. By which I mean remove them all. Boom. Okay, so we're gonna have our freight elevator in here, and belts can come in from all around as necessary to feed it. fact, I'm going to dig out a big space here because I don't really know how much space I'm going to need in order to get my freight elevator running the way I want it to. So I'm going to dig out a decent sized hole to make sure, basically to make sure that I don't run into pathing problems with the belts later. Okay, so I have an important question for these vein miners. Specifically, how fast are you digging? 160 a minute. Okay, so that's a red belt, isn't it? Let me check. Red belt is 160 per minute. Okay, so a yellow belt is going to be enough for 2 of these, and a tier 2 freight elevator is going to be 640. So that's 4 of these. So all the ones on this level all the vein miners on this level, assuming that one over there is a singleton, are going to be able to pump into a single freight elevator. So that's quite good. So I'm going to put one of them in, if I can find the darn thing. Here it is. Freight elevator. You are going to be a bottom. And we're going to rotate you around that way because you'll take up slightly less space. We'll put you there. I mean, there is enough room there, but then I'm going to have issues running through this place. So I'm going to dig out a little bit more hole. That and that. Oh, and actually a bit more, quite a lot more hole in fact. There we go, that's plenty of space now. So now if I put in my freight elevator bottom here, I can, we're going to need power down here as well, so let's clean up that blip. And actually that one's kind of okay. Let's run a cable from there to... So if I do cable tangent Y... Okay, so now it goes straight. That is better. We'll bring that straight across to... here, because apparently that's the height I'm building these things at. And then I can go into there. I'll dig up these 2 as well and replace them later. Okay, so that's that. This is not finished yet, but that's fine. So here I'm going to need to put in some foundation in order to power the inserters that are going to be going onto this, and I'm going to need to have a transformer, which I'm going to tuck into the wall over here to keep it tidy and out of the way. Because why not? Don't we all like to have our tidy our infrastructure out of the way? So that then fills in with foundation. And I did remember to bring a transformer, so we'll put you in there. That fits really nicely. Happy with that. Probably not going to be able to get the cable to it though, because there's that in the way. But we'll tidy that up afterwards and solve the clipping problem, like that and that. There we go. It's kind of connected. It's good enough. Then along here, I can put in 1, 2, like that, and then so I said these are producing at red belt rate. Let's put yellow belts on them anyway, because that way they are running faster than they need to, and we'll be able to use the drills themselves as a bit of a stockpile, basically. There we go. I should probably move these cables up, shouldn't I, really? I want the Picadoilies mod from Factorio, so I can just move things around a little bit and tidy stuff like that up. Anyway, now I need round here. This guy should also be working and producing at the same sort of rate. So I would like to come out of there to here. Yeah, let's come around the corner. Like that. And then go down a couple. That'll bring it to there. And then we'll just follow to there. And then we'll follow along here like this. And along here like this. To this point. 1, 2, 3, 4 to here. And then up a couple. What? No. Behave. Do as you're told. I said have a fixed point here. Alright, fine, we'll just build that bit. Then we'll go up a couple of times. To there, yes, very good. And round here. Okay, well, we'll deal with that pylon in a minute, because I did say that those are going to need some fixing. Right, so, yes, along here. We'll move that up, we'll move that up. and we'll move that up because this kind of looks silly at the moment, and we don't want it to be silly. Can't have that. So we'll move you up to the top, which makes a lot more sense anyway, really, for being a place to carry electricity. I'll put the other one in there, and then there, which means that works much more nicely. And also, we can then go from there to there, which keeps things a bit tidier as well. Remove that, and turn you back on again, and bring this to up here. There we go. That's a much tidier way of setting things up. Oh, also, I need to run a cable from there to there, and then that'll start running. Okay, so there we go. That's, and it's not quite. This is going to be 3 belts worth of copper ore being fed into the freight elevator as soon as the freight elevator comes online. The 4th one from down there is going to have to wait for me to get more of various resources, but we're in a good starting place for things at the moment. Yeah, it's just we've run out of the pylon things, and yeah, but that's basically pretty good. So let's go back up to the surface now. Put the other half of the freighter elevator in, and yeah, then I can put in one of my copper foundry areas. Oh, don't forget to name the transformer. That's a very good idea. Remember, there's going to be another one up at the top. That's also going to probably want a name. There's no point in running on the belts, Laurence. That's no quicker than running on the ground. Also, I don't know. I feel like flying is faster, but I'm not actually convinced it is. Okay, you we need to name. Are you all the way over on the end? Yes, I think you are. So we're going to call you Copper Vanity. Which isn't quite what Regular suggested, but it's close enough, I think. I shouldn't have made the initial tunnel where I did. It really should have been on the middle one of these vein mines, just because then everything would be in the same place. But, oh well, never mind. We've got a nice mine shaft to play with now, at least. Right, back up to the surface. And oh, it's daytime. How lovely. Right, and there we go. There is the top of my freight elevator, conveniently highlighted on the landscape for me. So now I can come along here and say, yes, please. I will have the top side, boop, like that. And then it'll take a moment to dig the hole out for me, like that. Pachomp, pachomp, pachomp. It's going to take a while, but we will eventually get copper ore in here. So that is going to be, what, 4 yellow belts coming in. So I'm going to want to turn that into a significant quantity of copper, obviously. 4 yellow belts is going to be a double stack of my foundry system. So if we go in here and say I would like to place my blueprint, but I can't see what the hell I'm doing. Right, which way around are you? Okay, so you're the crushers on this side. So that's my input, I think. Let's fly a bit further away because I still can't see what I'm doing. It's just a bit all. Yeah, I think the ground is a bit too uneven here, and we just don't know what's going on. Let's move slightly further away from the top of the vein system. If I put this in here, there we go. That's locked that in position, and I can now decide whether I want to shift it up or down or anything. Actually, that looks pretty good. It's sitting on the ground here. In fact, it's a big flat area. Okay, it's sticking out above the ground over here. That's not a problem. Yeah, I found a decently flat area to put it on, so I'm pretty happy with that. So let's put in. Yes, let's confirm that. Oh, I didn't do the deleting of stuff like decor in the middle of it. There we go. Confirm paste again. Have I got everything? No, I won't have everything. Oh, I'm still short of 83 loaders short. Jeebus. Right, okay. Well, I mean, it was a nice idea, but we're going to need a bigger boat, as they say. However, we can now feed in 2 of the inputs. So we've got 2 inputs can go in here and here. No, there and there. Those are my inputs into my crushers, and then so those will crush it down into actual copper ore. It can then be passed along into all the furnaces, which will cook, so into the smelters, which will cook it into actual copper. And then there are some other belts along here somewhere, which are the outputs. Is it these ones? Yes, these ones along here are, well, this one along here is an output, and this one is too as well, I think. So we can then have those go straight into another logistics system, storage system, and then go into a chest, into a logistics storage, and then into an airport. Sorry. In the meantime, I also need to bring over power. So let's go boop, boop. That was not what I meant to do. Bring this over to here. This seems like a reasonable place for it. And then I need to put in some more foundation. Actually, I need to dig a hole. Let's just put it on top here. Put some foundation in like that. I have to admit, I'm not certain that this is going to be long enough to reach. So we'll have to find out whether that can reach from there. Oh, it can reach from there to there. Sweet. And then I can grab that and go, I want to stripe across there, stripe across there, and boom, just like that, it's all connected up. Lovely. And you're going to be circuit production, I suppose. It's a green circuit town, so I shall call it Green Circuitville. Right, how is my overall power generation these days? I hope it's still pretty good, because I put in a load of solar last time, and it's not amazing. I think I need to put in a lot more solar. Okay, so that's another thing to consider and try and remember. Right, but in the meantime, yeah, let's go and get some more inserters and some more smelters, and actually, can I... If I go back to this, can I... What if I do... No, I don't want to do that. Can I make it a repeat? Yes, I can. Because I'm definitely going to want to double it. Would it be ridiculous to quadruple this? I mean, at the moment, the number of the 4 vein miners I'm going to put in down there. One vein miner equals half of this block in throughput. No, it doesn't. 2 vein miners is half this block. So that is all 4 of the vein miners I'm trying to put in at the moment. That one would be an additional 4 vein miners. So I think having 2 floors is probably sufficient at the moment. So let's go back to base. Get all the bits and pieces needed to finish that off, and finish it off by magic, because why not? That's what magic is for. And then we'll have loads of copper, and I can think about making the green circuits and putting down the helipad, no, the aircraft landing places, and maybe, well, we'll see how that gets on. But at some point, I'll probably be coming back here to put in another 4 vein miners and increase my vanity even further. Exactly, Bob. Yes, using a yellow. So yes, I think that's going back quite a bit from when I said it. But yes, using yellow belts to empty the miners directly into the elevator is going to. Well, actually, given that I'm only going to be pulling out 2 yellow belts from the top of the freighter, it's not going to make that much of a difference. Because the output and the consumption rate at the top is going to be exactly the same as the production rate at the bottom, so the buffers will stay full, or will stay at a constant level, and they'll gradually fill up, and they will eventually stay full. But never mind. I don't think there's any point in building the system to go faster just for the sake of emptying buffers and then having a load of machines idle. Right, so I need inserters. I need many, many inserters. 50 will not cut it. I also need smelters, and that's the yellow building, conveniently, so it's nice and easy to spot. There's 50 of them now. That's a good number. We like 50. I'm also going to need a quantity of foundation, I reckon, because I've put in quite a lot of that. I'm probably more belt 2, to be honest. So let's get some more, grab some more of that. And then let's take a look and see what I'm short of. So I can go open the panel. Right. So, in fact, you know what? Let's just confirm the paste and then see what's left over afterwards. Everything. Everything is short. So we need another almost 200 loaders. I need 364 more conveyor 2s. Did I not just pick up 200 of those? 64 more smelters. And yeah, so yeah, many more things, most of which are my basic inserters over here. Now, they do build quite quickly, but also let's upgrade this building anyway. Just because I'm impatient. Then I can zip over here, get some more yellow belts, because I've got another machine making yellow belts. Here it is. Yoink. This is why I left the old machine in there as well, because I could see that. I just know that every so often I come over here and I need crazy numbers of belts. I'll do that. Back into here again. And this is too easy, but never mind. Crushers. I'm not 100% sure this is working. Maybe I am too far away finally. There's another 30. So where am I making crushers and crushers as well? That's the other thing I need. So there's smelters. Let's take another 13 of them, because I'm still short of them. Crush. Oh yeah, here's crushers. You only make 10 at a time. That's pathetic. Jeez. Okay. This is another candidate for an upgrade, I think. I don't want the light pole. I want the smelter behind it. Not smelter, assembler behind it. Make crushers faster. I said make crushers faster. There we go. Right. I seem to have scrolled up in my chat a little bit. Oh, no, maybe I haven't. Yes, exactly. It'd be quite nice if the crushers would just find their way down from the station and so on, but oh well. Am I just out of range or something? Because this is not. These numbers are not going down. I've got 675 conveyor 2s on my inventory, and there's 364 to place. Am I just out of range? Because I'm pretty sure I did the building blocks. Oh, they're blocked. Oh, I bet I know what's happened. Because I re-fiddled with the paste. Or maybe not. I was thinking maybe because I'd replaced the paste, it was counting the ones that were already done as blocking. But let's work through and just demolish everything again. Okay, so I've gained a load of building blocks. I've not gained a load of buildings, but sure, it's probably alright. Confirm the paste, see what we get. And it's just the building blocks have gone in, and all the other stuff hasn't, even though I've got 6 crushers still in my inventory. I've got more than enough conveyor belts. And what are these numbers? Oh, those are completed ones. So yeah, so why are these not getting completed is my question. Yeah, so conveyor 2, we've got 364 conveyor 2s remaining to be placed, and I've got 675 in my inventory. So if I hit confirm paste, those should all get placed. They're not getting placed. Some of the other things, sure, there's some issues in there, like I need more crushers, I need more smelters. Although some of them have been placed, and they're not showing up as... I'm very confused. I'll grab all these, all the iron's getting turned into other things, so we just I don't have the throughput for everything I'm trying to make. If I am out of range, that would feel quite nice and it would make sense because it is basically 1 kilometre away. But I don't think it is because the foundation all got placed. So I don't really understand what's going on here. It's a bit weird. let's go over and have a look at it. It's another long flight, for which I apologise, but something's a bit fun. Something's funny about this, and I don't understand what's going on. I'd like to see what's actually been built of my construction. Yeah, maybe it's a range issue about whether whether there's a plant in that block or something like that, or I don't know. As I said, I sort of would be quite happy for it to be a range issue because being able to do these things at this sort of range seems a little bit silly and is probably not the intended use of the system. It's still better than Ryanair. Yeah, you don't have to watch any. Well, I was going to say you don't have to watch any adverts while I'm flying over, but there's a fairly good chance that Twitch is still giving you some adverts. So yeah, hopefully it times them for when I'm flying. Right, that looks somewhat complete. I wish I'd got more inserters because that was a thing that were being made quite quickly. And yeah, so it looks like all the buildings have been put down. We're missing a load of inserters and stuff as well, but it's pretty good. So if we open this up now. Right, there we go. So now we're just missing 97 loaders, which is a lot more reasonable. Okay, well, while I'm over here, I'm going to hook up some of this to the system because if I'm going to fly around all the time, I might as well do something useful while I'm here. So I'll dig a little trench like that in order to run the power from here over to here. And that means I can then put in no, I can't. I can't put in inserters because I haven't got any. They've all gone into building the factory here. Oh well. What I can do is I can build backwards from here and just put some stuff down like this, and we'll need another one of those over here, and then we'll link those with belts to here and. That didn't seem to meet, but never mind. Here. So that's going to be my first two loaders pulling out there. That's 2 yellow belts, which, as I said, I believe is equivalent to the amount of stuff that's going to be coming out of the 4 vein miners that I've put in so far. I'm also going to run this to here. Yes. And down from here. And then I'm going to try and make these two meet, which shouldn't be too difficult. I'm reminded a little bit of playing Roller Coaster Tycoon, probably 3, because in 1 it was fairly easy. But when you're building a roller coaster and you're just trying desperately to make the damn thing meet up with itself. So go that way, then go this way, but go up a couple. Oh, actually, I need to go up that. No, you need to go this far. So if you go that far, then go this way. No, this way, but up one more. And then that way. There we go. Nice spiral belt bringing the it's not even spiral. Nice wiggly belt bringing the copper plate, the copper ore junk, whatever it's called, up to there. And then I can have another one coming down from here. We'll just bring this down as far as seems sensible. So bring it to here, and then down a bit more. Coming over this way, and then we'll turn here like that. And then go this way. That brings it down to ground level, I believe. And I can bring it around there. There we go. So again, slightly torturous, but never mind, it's okay really. I'm going to dig another trench across here. Continue my foundation to power all the loaders I'm going to be putting in here. Right, okay, let's go and get another 150 loaders. That's going to take a while because the machine only makes them 50 at a time. Yeah, I guess that is a fairly large blueprint, and I think it did seem to just be down to range. Like, when I went over there, it started reporting how much of it had been built correctly. So, I think it's okay. It's just, it was a bit glitchy over the long distance, and that's what I'm happy blaming it on that. and assuming that that's all that is a problem for now. So one thing it is going to be a slight problem is that I've now got two yellow belts worth of copper ore production and 4 yellow belts worth of copper ore consumption. We'll just use it to fill up some buffers for now. It's fine, and then we can start making massive quantities of copper of green circuits afterwards. I am probably overbuilding a little bit here. I am not going to deny it, but I'd rather overbuild than underbuild. It's a lot more fun. Right, inserter turters. So you an inserter turtle. You are an inserter. There was 100 of them in that, actually. Okay, that's more than I was expecting, so that's actually quite good. That means this machine does buffer at about half of what I need. I am also going to need some more advanced assembly machines to make the actual green circuits, and I'm going to need a lot of these guys. But at least if I've got another 11 in my pockets, that's a step in the right direction. It's going to allow me to sort of spec out some construction and work out what sort of rate we're going to be playing at here. So those 4, if I do fill all of the smelting systems I've got at the moment, that's going to be 6 yellow belts worth of copper coming out on the other side. Yeah, 6, but it's 6 split over 8 belts. So if I want to make that into green circuits, so 6 belts worth is number me. 6 belts worth is 320 times 6, 649, 960 per minute. And to make green circuits, it requires 2 electronic components. It requires 1 copper and 2 copper. So for every 2 copper coming through, so 960, I'm going to be able to make 460, 480 electronic components per minute, 480, so 240 circuit boards. I'm going to write that down because I will otherwise forget. Having done the maths, I don't want to do the maths again. Weird pen. Right, couple green circuits. So that's going to be what did I say? I said 960 copper, 480 elec, 240 circuit. Right, okay, that's a lot. As I say, I think I might have gone slightly overboard here, but you know what? As I say, I'd rather have too many than too few. I haven't even worked out how many machines that's going to be yet. Jeez, and that's going to be split across 8 output belts. Of course, I've only got half the copper for this so far, so it's not so bad if I only half build it. But that's going to be split across 8 output belts. So we're going to be trying to make 240, 120, 60, 30 circuits per minute off each belt. So 8 times 30. And if I want to make, let's go back in here again. If I want to make 30 of these per minute, which takes 5 seconds each, so that one of those is going to make 12 per minute. So I need 2 machines times 8. So 16 machines, of which they're going to be, some of them are not going to be running flat out. Okay. When I start to look at it like that and it all sort of compacts down, it's a lot less horrifying, and I'm feeling a lot less scared. It was a bit ridiculous initially, but some of the numbers seemed ridiculous. But I suppose that's because I was looking at the per minute numbers rather than the per second numbers, which is a lot easier to take in. Right, let's get some more inserters. 24. That is not the sort of number of inserters I need. I need hundreds of inserters. Why are we not getting any electronic components coming through? Because they're all getting snaffled by another machine, presumably. They're all getting snaffled by the Assembler 1 assembler in order to make Assembler 1s to make into Assembler 2s. Great. So we've made a whole 1 here now. I mean, I could go and steal some from somewhere else, I suppose, and hand feed them. Like these ones, for example. Nom 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 nom. Waka 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 waka. I feel like Pac-Man. Bring them back over here, and it's that machine there making the insert. No, that's the assembler. Ah, stuck. Inserters. Right, you have some of that. Biff. And I could do another distant paste from here. I need another... I've got 124, so I'm getting closer to the ludicrous numbers of loaders I'm going to need. I think my plan is go out, make one lane, one of the 8 lanes. Although... I don't know. The numbers have got small enough that it's 1.5 machines making the circuits, and so at that point I feel like I shouldn't be making individual lanes. I should be then combining them, because it's compacted down enough that it's not going to be so much of a problem. And I do have some green belts so I can use those to compact down even further. Let's try this. Boop. That's got rid of most of my loaders. I wonder if that means that's actually secretly finished. Still going to need a lot more of these guys though. There's so many loaders going to go into the rest of the system over there when I build it. In fact, probably a lot more foundation as well. So we'll grab some more of that. Found. You know what? 2 stacks. Why not? Oh, and I need the wall pylons as well, which I think I was making here. Nope. No, they were really simple. I was making them somewhere random. Was it here? Yes, 100. Blimey. Sure, I'll take them. 100 is presumably a stack. So from an inventory management point of view, it doesn't really make any difference whether I take 20 of them or whether I take all 100 of them. They're going to take up 1 slot in my inventory. One thing that I miss in this game that I like in Factorio is being able to put things down as ghosts. So if, for example, I fly back over there and I don't have enough inserters, in Factorio I would be able to sort of sketch things out and go, well, this is going to go here, this is going to go here, yada 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 yada, tumty tumty tumty, and all would be at least reasonably well. And eventually, either when I next went back out there or when the bots went back out there for me, I would end up finishing that bit off. Right, I have some stuff for you guys. So let's have some arms. Arms for the poor. Do I have any torsos? I don't remember. Yes. Torsos for the rich. What are you doing? You're welding. You're welding. Your legs. Have some legs. Oh, I don't have any legs. He says falling over immediately. What are you? Oh, I've still got farmer robot torsos. Jeez. Can I chuck some more in here? Will you let me? And I think I filled you up. Oh no, we're still room some more. Is that all of my farmer torsos? Yes. What are you? You're a pump jack. Okay, fine. Right. Okay, that seems to be good. We've made a couple more of the farmer robots. In fact, there's loads of them standing up along here, queuing up. Oh no! This is actually just the system working at the proper rate. They're trundling along the production line as a robot should, getting gradually assembled, and to hold the legs on. Then it gets to here. Big spray of paint, and boom, farmer robot goes into the launch pad to be taken away and sold on the open market. You know, I haven't even touched the space station this stream. I don't know how things are going on over there, how my supply of robots is going. Anything could be happening. I probably should go and look at that at some point and see what's going on. I say go and, I mean, it's just that's the thing I should have, while I was waiting for inserters to be made, I should have had a look at it then and checked it and sorted it out if it was having trouble. Well, never mind. I might well be over the vault cap. I struggle to care in a way. I mean, yes, it's ideally I wouldn't be throwing money away, but Yeah, that looks finished. Let's check. Ding, done. 1900 items. Jeez. Yeah, ideally I wouldn't be over the cap, but I have more money than I know what to do with. I'm flattening the money as fast as I can in the underground money flatteners, and it's just, I said toggle. Do as you're told. Beep. Bip. Bap. Bop. There we go. Copper load of that. That's not flowing as fast as I was expecting it to. I was expecting there to be enormous buffers stored in the elevator and in the system and in the miners down at the bottom. I thought, hang on, one of these freight elevators is capable of 600. Okay. The freight elevator is not capable of feeding all of this. So actually, I might as well remove that and that. And upstairs can stay idle for the time being. We won't run upstairs, and it'll probably get its resources coming in from somewhere else anyway. So I'm going to remove some of this and just hook it up later when I've worked out where the next freight elevator is going to be. Yes, it's going to be one freight elevator per level because they can at least, well, assuming all the levels are the same size as the one I've gone to so far. But yes, this one is maxed out by the, well, it will be maxed out by the 4 vein miners on the on that level once I put the 4th one in. And and that will exactly supply 1 floor of this factory. So we can feed that through here. And then over here somewhere, well, we've got copper coming out here, 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 and here. That is slightly more than a. Ooh, I could just put this onto green belts. So I could put in a green splitter in here to merge those two, and it'd be 1.5 green belts. And that way, I'd only have 4 banks of machine. Well, 2 banks of machines coming off here. So all my numbers have halved again. So we've got 900. So we need to make 960 copper. No, we need to make 480 copper. But I'm only going to run on one side of that. So 240 copper into 120 electronic components, and then 60 circuits. So that makes the numbers feel a little bit more sensible. So let's go with that. That sounds much nicer. Except I don't have any green. Yes, I do. I do have green balancers. So put you in there. Yes, there. Right, so we then have a green belt coming off of that. And that will come over here somewhere. I'm not going to put it in just yet, but I'll put in some foundation to mark its position. So we're going to have that can come over to here. And then from here, I need to start making the electronic components. So that means I need a piece of thing. Let's make this reasonably compact. So we've got belt, inserter. Let's put the other belt on the other side, and then 3 for the machine. So we only need to go that big, and an unknown length long to start with. Then I put in an assembly machine. That's you. You go there, and you are going to make wire coils. Going to put in another, and then we're going to put in 2 more. I'm going to check my maths on this, but I'm pretty sure this is the ratio. So we make 2 wire coils in 1.5 seconds, and we use 2 wire coils in 3 seconds. So yes, it's a 1 to 3. Well, so a 1 to 2. So we have 1 machine making the wire coils, 2 making the electronic components, and that's going to be fine. And between those, they are going to use up, with those 2 machines are going to use up, that's 2 copper? Yes, because one copper makes weights 2 wire coils, and 2, yeah, so that's 2 coppers to make 1 electronic component. So it's halving it again, once again, as I said, and it's doing that, and it's using up 2 copper every. Actually, no, the whole thing is using up 4 copper. All 3 machines are using up 4 copper every 3 seconds. which is a helpful number. And we've got coming in, I've forgotten how much we've got coming in. So it's originally going to be 960, but I've halved it vertically, so I've only got one floor, so that's 480, and I'm only working on one side of that at the moment, so it's 240. But that's 240 per minute, which is 4 per second. And I've just said we're using 4 every 3 seconds, so we need 3 of these. So I need 3 of this construction in order to burn through everything that's going to be coming out on that belt when it hits steady state. So we'll do that and that and that can make electronic component. Do as told. So I'm going to need another belt running along here for the finished product. So I will have a green belt on the input, like this. Zoop. I will have an intermediate, which can be a yellow belt. In fact, it could probably be a red belt, but do I have many red belts? I've got quite a lot of red belts. Let's use a red belt for the intermediate, just because I'm cheap. Let's put the intermediate on the outside. I don't know why, but it feels like the right thing to do somehow. So that can run along to there. And then we have a yellow belt, because we're going to be halving this. And if we're halving a green, we go to a yellow. Then we have a yellow belt running along here, and that takes away the final result. Okay, so we're taking in copper here, but we're also taking in copper here, and I'm going to change this slightly. We're also taking in copper here and here in order to output here and here. But as well as that, we're dumping the copper cables here and taking in that and that there and there. I now need to set my directions. So you need to be an output, you need to be an output, and you need to be an output. Right, so copper comes in here, shoof, at speed. We then turn that into copper cables, or wire coils, which go along this red belt and are taken up by these two machines, and then we can then drop out the finished electronic components onto here. Yes, that seems good. And also, we've made sure the wires are self-contained to just this build, which means when I copy and paste this twice, they're going to be separate. I also notice as I'm floating here that we are running out of electricity, and I hope, yes, that's probably just because the green circuit bill over here is using more than 5 meg, or is using all of the 5 megawatts. That's fine. I'll go and sort that out soon. At the moment, I don't actually care because this system doesn't need to run at the moment. So let's select a new area to copy. I want to go from there to there to there. And then I want to do a copy in place and go bop, bop. Have another 2 of those like that. And so we better go in here and we better clear out any decor, any terrain, and then confirm the paste. And boom, just like that. We have, that should be ratioed correctly for the amount of copper that's going to come out of one of these when it's running at the correct speed. I then need a second one of those for this output over here, and eventually I hope to need 3rd and 4th ones for up here. And that's then going to produce, if I get all 4 banks running, that is going to be that 960 copper that's going to be making 480 electronic components over here. Yeah, a higher tier elevator would be great, but I haven't unlocked higher tier elevators yet. Pink Science is on my to-do list, but I haven't got to that point yet. So at the moment, this bank here is going to be producing the 240 components, so 120. So eventually we'll be able to make 120 circuits, probably. 60 circuits. I've kind of lost the plot a little bit at this point. I do know that I intend this to be balanced correctly. So let's whack a belt in across here. Now we're going to get a bit more copper coming through at this point than we actually need, because there's all the internal buffers of all of these machines. I didn't wait to turn the whole thing on until I got it all built, because if I realise I've made a mistake somewhere in the middle, then I would start crying. So I would like to have another copy of this for the second bank over there. So we'll do that for now. So I want to do another copy. I want to repeat that. Yeah, let's just repeat it there. Why not? And then tidy, paste, boop. And I've run out of nothing. I've got everything I needed. Wow. That's gone together really, really easily. I am honestly somewhat surprised. So let's finish off now. We'll put in the other splitter over here that we need like that. And then the green belt that goes in over there needs to come from here. Needs to go across. No, forwards please. There we go. Needs to go across to here. And then into there. Right, so there we go. Now that is an obscene quantity of electronic components. That's 240 a second, 240 a minute. So now I need to deal with those. So if we go back in here and look at this thing, this says that this uses 2 electronic components every 5 seconds, and we've got 240 of them from that. So 240 every 5 seconds is 20, 40, 48. So 48 assemblers. That's quite a lot actually. Let's split that off and say it's 24 from each side, because that'll be slightly nicer numbers. So 24 on each side. Let's put in 1 stripe of nothing, just for the sake of separating the 2 builds off visually, and then start shooting rocks. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew. I'm actually shooting holes in the floor. Right, so we need 24 machines coming off here in order to make the circuits. Let's start off small with 1. So I have a machine in there, and as I say, deliberately leaving a gap for reasons of visual sanity. And these might as well just carry on in a straight line like that. And also, I'm going to need to... And also, actually, this leaves room for me to run belts through the middle of here for all of the other builds. And then I'll bring the other ingredient along here like this. This is going to be the plastic. And then we can output the green circuits there. So we're going to do an output, an input, and an input like that. You are going, yes, you're going to be the output. You are going to be configured to do green circuits, and there we go. It can drink in a few of those. It's not going to get very far because it still needs the plastic to be brought in. So that's going to be my next thing. We're going to put in the plastic landing pad. Probably fairly close, so just over here in this sort of area. I don't think there's any real need to go further away, because I can build out that way as far as I want, or alternatively I could just build upwards as well, like I've done with the actual smelting. So each level could have its production of copper going out into the machinery making the circuits, and then it'd just be floor after floor after floor of factory for as far as I need it to be. So, in the interest of some sort of vague form of compactness, let's go over here and build out a spur from here. So I'm going to need to be able to have room to put in. There's going to need to be an inserter. Then there's going to need to be room for the chest, which I think was 3, so I'll leave 4. Then another inserter, then another inserter. So that's going to be the absolute minimum distance required between the... Oh, actually, I suppose, no, it doesn't need to be. I can put it off the end of it. So actually, yeah, there doesn't need to be anything like that. So let's leave a bit of a gap anyway. You know, leave gap for sanity, as I sometimes say. I don't know if I say that, but if I don't, I should. So I need 31 by 31. Let's just place that and then see where the problems are. Boop, like that. There we go. Okay, there's some... there's a little bit of flora in the way, but we can deal with that. Does rock count as flora? Not really. Decoratives, I think, is the term the game uses. So we'll redecorate in the form of a foundation like this. Boop. There we go. Give that a bit of a nudge as well. Okay. So that now is a space for me to drop. And where has it gone in? Okay. So there's now it's now almost level with my with where the plastic is going to go in over here. So that's kind of neat. I'm pleased with that. That's worked out quite well. So now I need to put in my landing pad, which is one of these, a target pad. So that's an offloading one. So we'll have one of those. We'll put the thing on that side. I can never really tell with these. Where's the bit that you actually have to put on the foundation? Let's go over to this side of it, because then maybe I'll be able to see, because I sort of want it to be as far away as possible over into this corner. So I can put that there. The ladder is now a staircase to nowhere. Tell you what, have some of this if it makes you happier. Does it make you happier? I don't know. But we're going to put some of this in anyway, like that, just to support, just to go under the end of the staircase. Then that's sticking out a bit there, but never mind, he says in a sort of slightly questioning tone. Let's fly up and see if it thinks it's a happy bunny. There's your control pad. I mean, the grid is strained, but that's fine. Plastic for greens. Save. Right, and then down here, well, I've actually got enormously more space than I was expecting, because whilst these are 31 by... I think the upper deck is 31 by 31, but it's only the lower deck that actually has to be on foundation. So this is much... I've got a lot more space than I thought I was going to. Things are absolutely fine over here. So let's put in my belts. So once again, I'm going to use the green belts for unloading the plastic. So put that there, 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 there. Then I put in one of my logistics containers. Goes here. Boom. And then we fill the entire gap in the middle up with up with inserters, so we can. And the idea behind this is so that we can unload the drop off as quickly as possible. Just quickly dump all of the plastic out of the aeroplane into the container. Then we can take it from the container over to where it's required over here, like this. Bring you to there and then to there. Lovely. And that is going to be my supply of plastic. Okay, that's pretty good. I said I was going to need 24 of these, didn't I? Oh, is Kaizen a supporter on Twitch? I have to admit, I hadn't noticed. But yes, if you're a supporter on Twitch, it's worth connecting your Twitch and your Discord together, because then you automatically get made into a supporter on Discord as well. So given this, you know what? I'm going to remove there to there as just being a little bit unnecessary. Shoop. And similarly over here, I don't need this foundation. I'll save it for somewhere else. Right, I said 24, didn't I? Crikey. Okay, I mean that's not a problem. We have the magic of copy and paste. So I just say that I want to select an area. I want it to be from there to there to there. And then we say confirm copy and place, and we go, well, I would like to have 24 of them. What? Hang on. Does the first one count? Repeat 2. Yes, it does. So this needs to go up to 24. I hope I've got the maths right here, or I'm going to feel very silly about this. I want to go that far out that way. And I'll confirm that. And you know what? We'll go in here and we'll say get rid of that tree and any terrain. Do it again. And then okay, I'm missing some bits, but that's fine. I'll also extend it one this. I'll also extend it one this way, and then we'll try for another demolish, demolish, and paste. And we'll find we're still missing a load of stuff, mostly assembly machines at this point, interestingly. But that is a good amount of things put together along here. So now it's a jaunt back to the factory, paste more, get more assemblers, and get the ship set up to start flying over here. Right. Oh, and also, actually, while I'm over here, you know what? Let's drop down and set up that final vein miner, because I haven't yet. And I believe I have all of the shenaniganery required to do so. Notice that the belts have all stopped well, I was going to say all stopped flowing. They're mostly stopped flowing because a lot of the buffers are filled up. And the other advantage of coming over here and trying to do this now is it means it will tell me if it turns out there's anything else that I've forgotten. Before I go back and try and get everything I could possibly need. Right, over here. I need to do some more digging. Diggy hole time. Right, well, oh yeah, let's pingy scan first. Oh, it's another double. Right, so this is actually going to be more than that lift can cope with. I guess we're going to need a bigger lift. Also, this may be a slightly more of a hole than I was expecting to have to dig. I think I may have rounded up a few too many times with the boring machine. That said, this is going to give a nice big space for the to put the vein miner into before it impacts the walls. Not the walls. Before it impacts the tunnels I've got. So not too worried about that. Okay, so that's now 4 high. Needs to be 5, I think. 4, 8. 11. That's it. It's sufficient. I think it only needs to be 4 high, actually. Right, so now we can go this way. Boom. Boom, like that. And continue going this way, apparently. This is a rather large patch. And as I say, I'm not going to be able to get all of this out with a single freight elevator, which is slightly unfortunate. I will have to decide whether it's worth putting in a second freight elevator just for 1 drill's worth of copper, or whether it's easier to just go sod it and head down to the ground. Head down. That was not where I meant to mine then. Should I be tidying up and filling these holes in? I don't know. Yeah, so I need to decide whether it's worth going back and whether it's worth making sure I use up all of the copper ore that can be got out of here, or whether I just go, nah, that'll do. But do you want that thing? So vein. And goes there, I think. I think I've left room next to it for the other one. Then cable from there to there and to there, and another belt. No, not that way. Belt going from there down to ground level as soon as it can, like that. No, R, not E. There we go. Along to here, round the corner, along here, to, yes, here. I said to here. Fine, go to here. Then up onto there, and up again, in fact, onto this level, where you can come in here like that, and we'll have another. I know it's an invalid connection. That's fine. I don't. I'm not going to. I've used. Run out of loaders again. There we go. I'll use a long inserter then, if you insist. Right. How are you doing for power? Copper Vanity is using 10 kilowatts. Oh, of course, it's just the loaders. The other thing, the vein miners are running off the high voltage grid, so that's really easy. Excellent. You want me to fill the space under the miner in, do you? I suppose I probably should. I could fill this one in actually, since I'm now I'm not actually using it now. They do look quite heavy. It's probably a good idea to have them supported. I wonder how far they've dug in so far, because I noticed with the other one that they will actually advance. They advance through the ore and extend in the middle, but these ones haven't actually got to that stage yet. All right, let's go all the way back around here and fill in the ground underneath the vein miners. Zoop. There we go. Happy now? Oh, I suppose I could fill this one in as well. I mean, it's not really meant to be a hole. That was just some over-exuberant digging. Oh, I filled in the space above it as well, which I actually didn't really mean to do. Let's tidy that up for the sake of it. There we go. I may dig this bit out before I put the next vein miner in. I probably won't. I may not even put in another vein miner on this level. I might just go straight down to the next level. In fact, let's pick this up, because I don't want to have to come all the way to here before I start a new before I start my new tunnel. I'll probably start the next one from the start of the from my old vertical drop down point and go on from there. Right, put that away because it's a dangerous weapon. Okay. Now what was I doing? Oh yes, back to the old drawing board, back to the ranch to get more loaders, more assembly machines, and then configure the aeroplane, and then get more loaders and more assembly machines, because I'll probably use them all up, or at least it probably won't be enough. Right. Another nice chilled nighttime flight. When I spend so much time underground, I lose track of what time of day it is. Oh, it's thirsty work streaming, especially when you do it after having a workout in the early evening after work, which is why my what day is it? My Wednesday streams start half an hour later than the Monday ones. It's to give me time to go off to do the workout and then get back again. And it started raining on us today, which was lovely. Fortunately, it was only about sort of 10, maybe 15 minutes from the end. It started spitting a little bit, and then by the end of it, it was a little bit harder, shall we say, and not the ideal weather for it. So yeah, I guess I had a shower after the workout, which is quite nice, because normally I don't have time. I shall have another one before I go to bed, because I definitely need it. Right, there's another 100 inserters. Another 100 inserters just contracted the plague. And another 11 assemblers. The extra one actually makes a difference with these things. Let's play... Can I put them down from here? What am I short of at the moment? I don't really know. Presumably I had enough second lane loaders, enough... I don't know. I can't tell from here. I think I'm too far away. And the system doesn't work, so I probably should stop trying from this point. Oh, actually, you know what? I've had an excellent idea. If I come back down here, if I go right, give me your inserters. I want all of the assemblers from over here, ideally. I want to have a large number of these before I implement my great idea. But I don't know. How many did I need? I need 48, and I think I had about 20. I had less than half, but I think I had about 20. So if I can get myself up to another 30, of which I've got maybe 15 so far, so I'm halfway. Have they all left my inventory? Yeah, I'm down to 6 and that's okay. So I still think I probably need about another 15. Or another 10. Maybe I should have these go out and go into a logistics chest. The thing is, until relatively recently, the number of the one stack, whatever fitted into a machine, tended to be about enough for whatever I was needing to do, because my builds tended to be a lot smaller, so I wasn't going back anything like as often to replenish stuff. But now that I'm going out and saying I would like to put down 100 smelters, 200 inserters, 500 inserters, and 50 assembly machines, or whatever my latest build has been, I'm starting to get through these things a lot faster, which means that the numbers that get stored in these machines are no longer enough. I should upgrade you to a 2 as well, shouldn't I? And it makes sense for an assembler 2 to make assembler 2s somehow. Oh, right, I need another 5 now, ideally. And to be honest, I quite like slightly more than that, but I suppose at this point I don't really have I don't have enough copper being pulled out to make it faster than this. So we'll build with what I've got so far, and then I'll think about maybe expand. And then I'll know I've got the capability to expand it by going in and building more vein miners, and then more and more and more smelting, and so on and so on. So all right, that's about enough. Let's take a couple more just because I feel like I should. Yes and no, Sophia. So yeah, without the copy paste mod, I'd still need to build about that big, though. That's the thing. I just have to do it all manually. It would take a lot longer. I'd get very, very frustrated with it, and I'd maybe stop playing the game. So I think, yeah, the copy paste mod is to blame for the sheer speed that I'm using these things up at. Plastic for greens, that one. Oh, no, I need to save it. Try again, plastic for greens. Oh, I was going to try and catch a ride in the aeroplane, but it took off very, very quickly, and I couldn't. Damn it. Oh well, we'll race it. See who's faster. Dodge the spaceship. Right, so yes, in a way, the copy paste mod has meant that I build very, very quickly on very, very large scale. However, I would still need to build on about the same sort of scale. Maybe I'd do it a little bit at a time. Yeah, maybe, because the rate of production that you require is kind of set by the rate that you want to be selling the robots at in space, and so I will be wanting to sell my robots at a given rate as I expand. It would just slow down my expansion because it would take me a lot longer to build out a lot more infrastructure to do all of the building work. I fly at about the same speed as the aircraft. That's amazing. So you're sort of right in that it is sort of having an effect. However, on the other hand, it's also it's just streamlining things, I think. I would still need just as much resource, even if I was doing it a bit more manually. Based. Bing. There we go. Right, and ooh, look, here comes the copper. I mean, the plastic. So eventually, I mean, well, the machines are kicking in. You can see the smoke coming out of them. Oh, I need a second belt going over to this one, with a second belt of plastic coming over to here. But let's just sort of leave it running, eh? I'm reasonably confident in my maths, but only reasonably. It's just occurred to me to wonder, did I take into account which assembly machine I was using? No, I didn't. I've overbuilt by a third because I saw the 5 seconds and went with that, rather than I didn't take into account the fact that assembly machine 2s are faster. So some destruction is going to be required. So I made 24, and I actually need 16. So we can do a bulk demolish and feel slightly silly. Give me a bulk demolish tool. Oh, okay, I need to be down here. So I need to take out 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So out to here. Ah, tree. Why is there always a tree in the way? To here. And to here. Zoom. There we go. Right, so that should be balanced now for the rate that I expect the electronic components to be coming through at. There is going to be a lot of buffer filling going on, because that's how this game rolls. But should be okay. In fact, it's just occurred to me I should, in theory, be able to use a red belt for the green circuits coming out, because there's a green belt of, or there's slightly less than a green belt of copper coming in, which means there's slightly less than a yellow belt of electronic components coming in, which means there's a bit less than a red belt of completed circuits coming through, in theory. Now, it's also possible that I've got the numbers horribly wrong, and this is going to be completely inadequate, and I'm going to need to... So we do have a solid yellow belt flowing through here, and then all being schnaffled up by the time it gets to about here. Someone... Have I got my numbers horribly wrong somewhere along here? So each one of these is supposed to produce a bit less than a yellow belt of copper, which means between them they should be producing a bit less than a green belt. Then this should be producing a bit less than a yellow belt of electronic components. They're only getting to here though. Let's carry on anyway, carry on regardless, and worst case, if it turns out to not be enough, then I'll improve some of the belts. That's a fairly easy way to fix things. So, this then needs another spaceport, so we'll put it out at the same height as all the rest of the stuff, because why not? So we'll have a bit of a gap for sanity, like that, and then we'll have a... I mean, I know I say 31 by 31, because that's what the game says, but I don't have enough for that, so let's build 23 by 23. That's going to be enough, right? Well, we'll find out. And then we'll go around and fry some of the local vegetation. Get out of the way. And you. There we go. And then we fill in the gaps, and we find we don't... at that point, we found out we don't have enough foundation for it, and I've also missed a plant. Alright, well, I'll take out one of the stripes of foundation, and can we have a foundation removal tool? There we go. Oh. That may well be enough to fill in all these gaps, and this one. Right, now let's see if we can put in another aircraft takeoff point. Oh, it'll be slow because it's not got enough power. That'll be why. Okay, I think I might maybe understand. Maybe. So the early access... I did... When I played it as part of the Steam Next Fest a couple of years ago, I definitely did hit the end of what the game... of the content that the game included. Now, it's sort of... And I'm not going to call it, say, unlimited or anything like that, because it's not unlimited, but there is an enormous amount of content in just shipping stuff off to all of the other planets that are trying to buy your robots. Yeah, this is too small. How much buy? I think it might just be by that one extra piece that I don't have. That's that I didn't have, that I removed from over on the side over there. That's infuriating. Can I harvest little bits of... Can I harvest some from over here? Yes, I can harvest some. Can I harvest enough for it to be worthwhile? I am not sure. So I can get like 5 from each one of these stacks. Actually, that's 20. That's not bad. Or I could pull a bit up from over along the edge there if I got desperate. I just don't want to fly all the way back to the factory before I finish this area off, as I'm sure you can, and I'm sure you can understand that. Oh, and there's a bit more over here I can schnaffle as well. In fact, there's lots more over here I can schnaffle. Especially if I get greedy and just say, yeah, give me all of this. Some tools are click and drag, some are click and click and click. And it's really... it's kind of annoying that they're different. Right, let's try it again. So over here, was my 21 by 21 or whatever it was I said actually spot on for putting down one of these pads? I think it might have been. So I'm going to start off by just putting in a 23 by 23. Sorry, that's what I actually did. So if can I actually squeeze a shuttle start pad onto this space? No, it's blocked by vegetation. You are in the way. You're probably not, but I'm going to sort of go around and be a little bit more... I'm just going to make sure by taking out all of the larger trees in the vicinity. There we go. Right, let's try it again. One of them. Put the tower over on that side for just because I feel like it. There we go. Boop. Fits in perfectly. Perfect. Okay, I do need... Actually, I need a bit more foundation now as well. So because over here we're going to have an area that's 4 by... I don't know. Actually, no, it's going to be 2 and 2. So that's going to be for the inserters. That's going to be for the warehouse. That's going to be for the other inserters. And that's just going to be because I want to join it up to over here because it looks neat. Right. So over here, once again, you've seen this before, but this is where I hook up with my best belts from there, there, no, not you, there, and then I suppose I could put in the inserters at this point, actually, couldn't I? If I haven't run out of inserters again, that's often the way. There they are. No, I've still got 120 of them left. Awesome. I may have got a bit carried away with just how many inserters I thought I was going to need. But still, I'd rather have too many than too few. Alright, you guys are all exerters. Toggle. Toggle. No. Toggle. It's difficult to click on things when you're sort of hovering and bobbing gently. Right, so on the back of that, we're going to put in my penultimate logistics container, which goes there. And then we can have more inserters on the back of that, like this. No, not like that. Don't be weird. Like that. And then we take a belt from here. And we slot it into there. Take a belt from here, and we stick it in there. Although somehow apparently that means I clicked on the button. I didn't mean to click the button. Click input. Yes, there we go. Now run the belt in like a good belt. There we go. So that goes in there. Those are flickering now because it's being loaded straight into the aircraft. Excellent. And the aircraft. Oh, I'm going to have to come back out here. Actually, I might not have to come out to program it. Let's just say. Greens. Just call it greens, I think. And this will load up, and then we can send those over to the factory. If I set up a landing pad over there and call it greens, then they should just arrive by magic. This is not running wise. Oh, and I need to do the other plastic belt, of course. So let's do that. I want one of these there, and I didn't press the right button, right modifier. Maybe it's control. I don't care. And then I want another belt coming out of here and coming to here, and then going up, and then to here, and going across to here, where it will then go down, and then in there, and this one goes in there. Then this whole area still needs more. Yeah, still very, very strained. So we need a lot more power over here. Maybe another one of these will be enough. Maybe I'll need another 2. We'll find out. But that's going to be another. Oh, foundation again. Ah, this is ridiculous. I can't believe I'm so close to the sort of exact amount of foundation I've got. I've just got enough as long as I keep going around and stealing little bits of it like that. So, right, over here. Give me that. That goes there. Give another one of those. That goes there. I think there might be a large transformer that I should probably start using for some of these builds. But they seem to work. Right, how are we doing now? How are you? Pretty sure this is the greenery. Yeah, it is. It's got the landing pad and the takeoff pad. And this one, where are you? Casting machine, distillation, cargo station, load pad. This is going to be plastic production. So plastic production also needs another another transformer. Okay. I guess name it so I can tell what it is. There we go. Okay, so I'll need to go over and upgrade that. Was that my last transformer? Yes, it was. Okay, so I need more transformers. But otherwise, let's go and have a look at the speed of the speed of speed over here. How are we doing? There's still not enough room on this belt for all of the, or not enough production. Oh, I don't understand. I must have messed up the maths, I guess. Oh, maybe I... I don't remember what I did with naming things. Let's have a look. Ah, no. Oh, no. What are you meant to be doing? Wire coils by the looks of it. Yes, wire coils. You can have those back because I don't want them. Right, so did I just hopelessly munge the numbers on the way through here? Because this belt is about the fullness level I was expecting, I think. The slightly less than, yeah, that's most of a belt coming in. Over here, I mean, this is going to be solid for quite a long time until we use up all the buffers that's built up in all of these machines, which is going to be a while, because you've got basically 200 copper stored up in many of these machines. So we've emptied 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4 still to empty. I think at this point, I think I'm just going to fly away and go, well, I don't care. We'll worry about. Let's get in this airplane. Well, I think we'll think about it. Hi, can we go now? Okay, maybe not. Yeah, it's just that, did I get the numbers wrong? And I guess maybe I did. I've just got too many machines trying to make the green circuits. But I thought it through. Oh, there we go. Plane's taken off. So we'll go for a ride. That's 480. So there should be 240. I've lost the numbers. I think I'm just gonna do it kind of empirically, I think, and worry about it another time. Just go for a nice flight through the night with my robot pilot. It does amuse me that this plane is actually flown by a robot. It's not just it's not that it's computer controlled. There is a robot sat in the front of it, wiggling himself in front of a joystick and looking at screens and occasionally pushing buttons and gazing out of the windows. It's just funny. It's very peaceful up here. Very foggy down there. Oh look, there's my farmer robot construction area. Alright, so the final step of what I'm doing at the moment is going to be to put in the other landing pad for the green circuits to be brought out from, which is going to be... It probably makes sense to put it in here instead of all of this machinery which is currently making the green circuits, and just say, well, we don't need to make green circuits here anymore, we'll do it somewhere else, thank you very much. We've got a nice steady supply that can be brought over by aeroplane. So I'll probably just rip out everything from here onwards. We'll have a few machines here that I can dump all of the trash that I'm going to end up picking up when I do that into, and then I'll whack in another landing pad across here. We can dump out into, and then we can have a steady flow of green circuits coming out here that is a bit better, a bit healthier than this very, very anemic supply we've got at the moment, or at least I hope it will be. It better be, after all this effort I've put in. Oh dear. Right, but oh yes, I was going to look at the power grid out of curiosity. So, grid. So I've got plastic production there. None of my transformers that are named, other than ones that I named this session, and I definitely named some last time. So I think it's losing them between games. I think they're not getting saved. Oh no, we've got crushing telexium here, so that one's worked. I don't know. It is a mystery. Okay, so let's pull out the plastic production. Everything from here to here to the sky. I am amazed I had the space in my pockets for that. If I'm being honest. Or even if I'm not being honest. Right, okay, we can do a little bit more tidying around here as well by hand. Blip, 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 blip. 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 Blip, 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 blip. Blip. Right, are any of these actually making green circuits, or have I just filled up my inventory with stuff that I'm never going to be able to get rid of? Oh, yep, that one is. That is a green circuiter. Have my inventory. Also, if you're just making copper cables, there's no point in you. You might as well not be there. And therefore there's no point in this. Or this. Or this. What are you taking in here? Oh. These are trying to take in electronic components. That could be a problem. I may have got a little bit carried away here with what I'm... Actually, I've got 3 machines here that are doing absolutely nothing. They look like they could... I have no idea what they're doing. Oh, right. Yes, these are meant to be making electronic components. Okay. So they could feed them along here and then out to these machines, and then back along here to these machines that are going to need them. I suppose that is a thing we could do. Do that, and then tell you to make components. Take all the cable and wire I'm carrying. You also make electronic components and take all of the wire I'm holding. There we go. And you, I guess, need to make wire. And I can then give you all of the wire I'm holding. There we go. That's cleaned that up a little bit. I've got rid of most of it. And then I suppose over here, we've got more strained machines over here as well. So I'm going to need to find. I don't even know where these are getting their electricity from. So I don't know how I'm going to fix this. I have a feeling that we're not going to. Also, have a feeling that we're not going to get enough electronic components through there in order to keep making those battery packs. We'll burn that bridge when we come to it. Anyway, one thing at a time. Well, no, slightly more than one thing at a time because I apparently get easily distracted. Let's dig some hole. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 29, 30, 31. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. 24 might well be enough, actually. So let's just go out this far. Oh. What am I doing? Why am I doing it the slow way? This one, you see, is a drag first, and drop a square, and then draw a third dimension. So they're different, and that's mildly annoying. Because, oh, I need more of that stuff. Because I keep getting it wrong, basically. Right, foundation. That's the thing I need. You see, it's not too bad when you run out of things, when you're this close, and you can just run back over and grab another 2 stacks of it like that. It's when you're miles away, and you need a bajillion assembly machines, then it's a little bit more frustrating, because you have to fly so much further. Right, where is my power coming from for all of this? Is it here? Yes, it's there. Okay, I guess we'll have another one in here. I don't know whether it makes sense to put all of your transformers in the same place together or not. I mean, it sort of means you can find them, but do you need to find them? I don't know. Pipe boiler, power line, steam turbine, pipe intake. Okay, transformers. Mining drill, smelter, burn generator, light pole, foundation crusher, pylons. Transformers, yeah. It's taken me ages to get through the entire stack of those. They've lasted very, very well. And now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to run another cable. No, I can't. It's full. Great. And I can't run... Oh, I can run transformer to transformer. Oh, sweet. Didn't know that. So that means I don't need this cable, or this cable, or this cable. There seem to be funny rules about where you can connect. So I think it's machines can often connect to another one of the same type of machine, but I wouldn't be able to connect that to a vein. I wouldn't be able to connect a transformer to a vein miner or something like that. I think. Did I? Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, so I did. Well spotted, thank you. We need an elbow in there, like that. Boop, there we go. Thank you very much. I'd felt very silly without that pipe. Or at least I would have eventually felt very silly without that pipe. I don't know how long it would have taken me to notice. Alright, and then a foundation that whole area like so. Well, I tried to. There's a little bit left to dig up. We good? We're good. Right, and then I can now try and put in my final cargo shuttle piece, which is blocked by everything. I can't see what's going on. This is ridiculous. Blocked by a vegetational object, okay. Probably you. Or you. Probably not you, actually. Or possibly you. Could be you. Quite likely to be you. Probably not that one. But you know what? I'm just going to tidy the area up a little bit. Then... where is it? There it is. Right. So now, can I put that... sneak it into this corner? Now what are you blocked by? Another structure. Yes, but where? What I want to do is I want to lock this in... oh, it's probably this pipe. I want to lock this in position so I can then get in and close and have a look and see what I'm probably blocked by. I am very worried that this is just not going to fit in here. That this space from hither to yon is too small. How big is that space? If I go from there... so I think these are 31 by 31 as a sort of their maximum size, as it were. And this is 31, so it should fit. Maybe I haven't got enough room this way. I reckon this should fit. Yeah, there's a 31 by 31 space there. That is genuinely... oh, okay, well... it is 31 by 31. Let's let's make that into actual actually cleared out and fully foundationed, and then can think about removing some of it later. But this should be okay. And that's only a relatively small amount of overlap on the side there. I feel like I should be able to fit my landing pad in there without any real difficulty. Okay, now it's happy. Maybe it's slightly higher up. Okay, we'll put that there. I mean, that is very, very close to the pipe on that side. And yeah, maybe it was just too close to the pipe and too close to the machines or something like that. And I was trying to put it down further this way when I was first placing it. There's plenty of room here anyway for me to get a solid belt of thing coming out of it. So we are going to do the inserter dance once again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, like that. And as usual, I can now come in and I can put in some of these belts. So that's that one. That and that and that and that. And then the inserters, which is that one. So you're going to go bimp, 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 bimp. And bimp, 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 bimp. And my final logistics container goes here. And then I'll put in another piece of foundation there. And we can have an exerter here. Boop. And a yellow belt coming out of it, like this. And going down. And then going out along here. What? No, I don't know what I did then. I think I sort of accidentally right-clicked. So my fault. But still, that goes there. Did I upgrade that entire belt? I did. Well, only as far as the splitter. Okay, well, let's upgrade that as well. And then that one. Let's turn the green belts off in a little bit of style. But first, I need to come over here and I need to name this landing pad. Still strained. Jeez, I must have added in rather a lot here. This is just called greens. I remember that from the previous one. Then I guess I need to go over and put in more transform. My God, how many transformers have I got on this thing? Oh, maybe the ones I added to were actually a different grid. That is quite possible. Oop, and there we go. That should be enough power for at least a little while. Is that my aeroplane of green circuits already? I think it might be. Or is it my aeroplane of plastic that's come out for a refill? I think it's no, actually it's the aeroplane of plastic that's come out for a refill. Oh, I got excited then. I thought we were getting some green circuits already. That would have been amazing. But it is quite a long way from the copper patch over there. Yeah, so he's filling it with plastic again. That's fine. We do need the plastic over there to make the green circuits after all. You know what? I'm going to hop in here and make sure the head over there and make sure it's actually working. But in the meantime, I need to keep an eye out of the window. He says trying to spot whether the other plane has arrived. Can you tell? Can you see anything, mate? What's going on out there? I can't see. You're pointing the plane the wrong way. Ugh. Nope, still not there. He's flicking switches. Does that mean we're about to leave? I don't know. I don't even know what rate the plastic is made at to see whether it fills how quickly it's going to fill the oh, it's arrived. So that's going to unload reasonably quickly. You can see over here, it's dumping them out into the cargo into the landing pad reasonably quickly. They can then all flood through into the box and then out there, and suddenly we have a lot of... Oh no, there's the wrong thing on the belt here. That is not the belt I thought it was. Okay, so minor crisis that probably needs some fixing. What I actually should be doing here is probably running this belt in the opposite direction. Unfortunately, this game doesn't let you do that. You can't just turn a belt round, you have to rip it up. In fact, like that, and then run a new one, like this. Could you not be so weird? So the problem there, I think, was that I clicked on, when I released, my mouse cursor was over this output toggle button here. That's meant to be an input, so that's not that should not have happened. However, that does mean now we can start producing these electronic components, feeding them through here. But notice that we now have a nice happy quantity of green circuits coming through the system over here. So that, as of right now at least, that seems to be working quite nicely. We also have a completely unnecessary belt of copper coming through here, but we'll worry about that and we'll probably leave it. I don't think it actually matters. It's coming off the splitter. Oh, let's remove it. It's not doing anything useful. So there to... Oh, it goes down. Right, there to there. And then I'll just use the normal bop, 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 bop tool like this. And remove that as well. And that. And then I can put in a belt going. No, not like that. I can fix the belt like that, so the other place isn't starved. Okay. So yeah, we've got a tiny electronic component factory here, and I think it might be making 1 or 2 green circuits as well, because I threw a load of bits into it, and sure, why not? But more importantly, we've got massive quantities of green circuits pouring in from the other side of the world. So that's going quite nicely. I think I kind of need to go over there and look at how I managed to screw the numbers up and try and work out whether things are working nicely now that they've got a bit more power. Now the system's been running for long enough that hopefully it's dealt with all of its buffers. Also, kind of look and see if there's see if we meet any aircraft as we go over, because I do expect them to be flying back and forth reasonably quickly. Because I think we're going to be using up a fair amount of plastic, and I think we're going to be generating a fair quantity of green circuits. So that I do expect those planes to be quite busy. At least initially, while we try and fill up the logistics chest buffer, as I put in there, at both ends. Oh, grid strain might be total power generation. That is possible. Yeah, making some more solar and batteries is probably a good idea. It is on my list, but it's quite a long way down the list. You know, in hindsight, I should have built this coming back the other way, because then it would have been a shorter flight to get to it. But never mind. Right, so plastic drop-off is sat there, plastically dropping off, presumably. Green circuit pickup has flown off again, but that's to be expected because we're making a lot of green circuits. It's going to be there's going to be a lot of them to transport. We've got some buffers to fill up, so that's kind of expected. Right, along here we have. Are we now in a sort of a steady state? I think we probably are. We've got a quantity of machines making the electronic components. There's a decent number on the belt. That sort of feels like, and what we're aiming for is about two-thirds of a. We're expecting 2/3 of a belt to be coming through, because I expect this system to be producing the copper at about 2/3 of a belt. How are we doing? Okay, we've emptied another 2 buffers out. So we've now got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 more buffer out. Sorry, we've got 5 machines that have empty buffers and 3 that have full buffers, but 1 of them is running. Yes, this one's strained as well. I think you're right. I think we're just not generating enough power. Yeah, we're not generating enough power. Okay, emergency solar it is then, I guess, for my next trip. But yeah, so these machines don't seem to be producing fast enough. I don't know whether that's a power shortage or whether maybe I just completely got the numbers completely wrong. It is entirely possible. Grumble, 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 grumble. Okay. The putting down new power thing has become not necessarily a crisis, but it's rather important now. I think we need to have enough power. So let's go out and put down. Let's go out and quintuple, sextuple, many-tuple my my solar generation block. Hey Quago, welcome. Yes, I did mention on Monday. So trains are currently in development for this game. The developers have released a few teaser videos showing trains in their development version, which is even earlier than or even less available than the early access version that I'm playing. So they are definitely in progress, and at some point in the future, hopefully in the fairly near future, they're going to be releasing a beta or a test version with trains in that people like me can have a play with. So as soon as that is available, my next stream of this game is going to be having a play with the trains and seeing what they're like, what they can do, and all of that sort of shenaniganery. So that is to come once they've actually got them ready. At this point, they are not actually available. What are you making? Oh, electric arc furnaces. They're not ready. They're not in the game yet. Why are you so sad? Why do you not have any inserters? What is going on here? Why do I have a solar panel production machine that is not producing solar panels? I don't understand. I guess we'll hook it up because what else do you do? You need those. You do need green circuits. You need battery cell things. They're over there. Are we doing this somewhere else? Where are these going? What? Oh, okay. They're going to here. And you're making. Is that what are you doing? Oh, you're making solar panels. Okay, so that machine shouldn't have been saying it was making solar panels. So pull all of that back up again because that's just wrong. But I do now have 25 solar panels, so that's okay. I can now fly back out to my solar production area and just copy paste it because that's what you do. Is that it? I think yes, that's it over there. Yeah, I think hopefully one thing I will say in their favour is that they haven't is that their linking up things system is much better than Satisfactory's. In that you can drop in random bits. In fact, using the blueprint system, you can drop in things next to each other and they will actually connect. Unlike Satisfactory, where it just doesn't bother. So yeah, they've got that much right at least already. And they've got Factorio as an excellent. Need to copy settings before trying to paste. Okay, fine. Confirm, copy and place. Right. And so hopefully they're going to copy Factorio. I think they're leaving it open to. They're opening it up to people to feedback. So I will be taking a look at it, and if it isn't good enough, then I will definitely be leaving feedback, shall we say? So hopefully they will listen to said feedback and, blimey, and make something good. But we shall see. Oh, none of the cables are in place. Oh, right, okay. Oh, because I've run out of cables. That's why none of the cables are in place. Are we aware of this? Is that why it failed? No, it seems to be happy. Great. I am going to have to go and get some more power lines and then finish that off. Yeah, yes, it's true. But then a lot of the way people play Satisfactory is essentially tiling and things and rail and power line, rail and belt still don't join up in Satisfactory, so which is part of the reason I get grumpy about it. So this isn't going to be the right place for the power lines. Power transformer pump. The power line's weirder than I thought. Do they need something special? Yeah, so as I say, they do seem to be reasonably open to feedback. Although I haven't actually tried feeding back any feedback to them at this point, but we will see how they respond if I start. Right, I could just make a load of it in my pockets, I suppose. I wonder where they are actually made, because I could probably do with more than this in general. Oh, here it is. I suppose what I need to do is start giving them feedback based on other things I've noted in the game, like wanting to be able to tell what buildings are do when I'm flying over them at a million miles by having, I don't know, a large screen with an icon on it on the top of them. And if they listen to those sort of suggestions, then maybe we can be confident they'll listen to suggestions on the trains, or maybe even vice versa. I mean, no, that one. We could see what sort of level of responsiveness we get from them. Okay, that's too far away. Too far away. What about from you? Okay, that's got the maximum. Okay, fine. So I can go from there to there, and I can go from there to there, and that should all be. Oh, I need to go across there and there. Oh, I missed one. Let's pull out that cable and try again. Go from there to there to there. Right, there we go. All the solar panels are hooked up now. The battery packs are a little bit more difficult. Bim, 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 bim. Because I can't go from there to there because they're too far apart. Those are all mostly hooked up. That's where I ran out of cable, apparently. So those are going to have to go to the pylon. Pylon chappy up here. That's too far because why wouldn't it be? Try again. Power pylon small. Put one of those. Let's put it here and see how that goes. Yeah, that'll do. So from there to there and there to there. Right, all hooked up. Lovely. So now if I find a screen on a thing. There's one. Grid stats. So the batteries are currently taking all of the spare power out of the grid, which makes sense. But it's only 10 megawatts, so I would like to have more available power than this, I think. So I guess we're going to be doubling this again. It is a bit cartoony. I don't mind that. Clearly you do. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I'm not going to tell you... yeah, I don't mind it. I think Satisfactory does look better. I'm not going to argue with that. Satisfactory is the prettiest of the factory games by a significant margin, I would say. However, I wouldn't say this one looks bad. Just that it has a slightly cartoony art style, which I say I don't mind. Satisfactory also does the sense of scale a little bit better. I feel it's sort of you really do genuinely feel dwarfed by your buildings. Some of them are enormous, and that is satisfying. It's annoying to clamber around them when you're trying to expand stuff, yes, but they do look good. And also, yeah, as I say, it's got the prettiest artwork, especially the world as well. The whole thing is very, very pretty. I definitely feel it is the prettiest of all these games that I have played myself, certainly. Yet, despite that, it's the one that I found the most frustrating to play, and not just because I don't like combat. Confirm paste. Still not enough solar panels. Wow. Okay. Well, we'll get those in a bit. And a lot of that is just systems that it has that work much better in Factorio, and therefore I feel they should have looked at the competition and gone, hey, that's much better than the way we've done it. Why aren't we doing it like that, or something? Just because then, if there's already something out there, and okay, I'm not saying that Satisfactory has to necessarily copy everything Factorio does, because the whole point is it's a different game. That's fine, but some of the interface things, where they are the same, like they've both got trains. The trains in Satisfactory are so much worse than the ones in Factorio, because they don't work. They don't have the flexibility and the power that the Factorio ones do. So when as we say, when everyone is going to be comparing you to Factorio, you want to make sure that you are at least as good. I don't think do I need foundations for these? Yes. And apparently I ran out of foundation and I didn't notice. That's not the button I meant to press. That's the button I meant to press. Not dwarfed by... Yeah, but in Satisfactory, sometimes you are often dwarfed by individual machines, and not even the really big ones. Foundation comes from over here. I've got so much biomass. There we go. Now I have some inventory space. Just been knocking out so many trees, it's ridiculous. Take out all of the seeds as well. There we go. Right, so what was I saying? Let's get some more solar panels while I think about it. Yeah, Satisfactory, even the normal size assembler, oh, we're running out of something. Apparently iron. Even the normal standard assembly machines will dwarf you and have ladders on the side of them so you can climb up onto them to have a better look around. And then you get the bigger assemblers that are even bigger. And then you get onto things like the nuclear reactors and the what's it called, the particle accelerators. Those are absolutely huge. Now, okay, this game does have some big buildings, like the radio tower over here is kind of massive. The scanning building here, this one, is also pretty big too. There are some good sized buildings, and some of the more advanced buildings as well, like these spaceports are pretty big, and the landing pads as well, and the all of this stuff, and my assembly line over there. Yes, there are later on in the game you get some decent size, you get some stonkingly large buildings, which is quite impressive. I think the iron shortage is just because, and there's a yellow belt of it flowing into the bus over here, and another red belt of it flowing in here, and another red belt that admittedly isn't quite full flowing in over here. It's just that when I go along and grab a massive handfuls of foundation, the foundation machine then pulls in all of the iron off the belt, and everything grinds to a halt. So that's I don't think there's actually a shortage. No, that's not solar. Solar was here. Made another 5. Probably enough. Yeah, so Satisfactory, pretty. It was nice to go around and explore. The buildings look really good because they are so big. But on the flip side, the buildings being big means it can be a bit of a pain to try and scramble around over them. So there's pluses and minuses to all of this. But the main problem I had with Satisfactory was just that the lack of copy paste was infuriating, because it meant that any sort of, when you wanted to go in and go, okay, so this build works, but actually I kind of need to have 4 times as many of this thing, you couldn't do it. You could, but you ended up having to then go out and build the entire thing machine by machine. And yes, it's got the blueprint system, but the blueprint system frankly sucks. It's too small. Things don't link together properly. I put that too far out. It's just not. It's not good enough to make up for not having proper copy paste. And yes, copy paste. I agree. Understand copy paste is harder in a 3D game, but it's not impossible. This game has done it. Satisfactory did it with the blueprints. It just doesn't work well enough. Right? Why are you guys not all animating? Is it because it's nighttime? Yes, it is. Okay, we're not going to get any solar power till 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So, yeah. So I'm hopeful that they will, as you say, Madman, where was it you said it? Yes, you need to, yeah, you need, if you're getting, yes, different is fine. Just don't make it better different, or at least interesting different. Don't make it worse. Don't take a game that that has done the thing well, then do the same thing but worse. I agree entirely. So there we go. We've got 60 solar panels. I don't know how much power that's going to be generating, but at the moment the steam turbines are running flat out, and the batteries are running out of power. That's concerning, especially as it's still quite early in the night. That is a worry. I mean, I've put in more, but still, it is a concern. I don't understand why it seems to be so much worse than it was before. We'll see. Building in Satisfactory is, individual buildings are fine. It's okay. It's roughly it's fine. It's a bit like putting down the blueprints in this game, to be honest. you drop in a thing and it goes and everything appears in front of you. So yeah, okay, sure. I do think that Satisfactory's method of placing buildings down, building a building from components when you place it is quite interesting. I sort of like that partly because it's different and different is interesting, but also because it means that you don't have to carry a bajillion different types of machine with you, like you do in Factorio and you do in Foundry. So you look in my inventory, there's many different things in here, whereas Satisfactory will just, if this was Satisfactory, I'd be carrying around machinery parts, advanced parts, probably not pistons, rope parts, electronic components, circuit boards, energy cells, maybe some concrete, iron and copper, those sort of things. There'd be far fewer different things I needed to carry around with me, and I've been going around and emptying quite a lot of the ones I don't need out of my inventory because I don't have room in my inventory to have some of everything. So yeah, that I sort of quite like. It's interesting and different, but I can't forgive a factory game for not having copy paste, and I can't forgive Satisfactory's train system for not having any sort of many-to-many handling system. So it just doesn't really work well enough for me, for somebody who's used to even Factorio in its most basic. Yeah, and having to make the blueprints beforehand is also very, very annoying as well. I guess the thing is, if Satisfactory didn't require you to build on a large scale, then maybe it wouldn't matter. You'd build your sort of 4 machines making whatever product, and then pumping that into one bigger machine that makes the next thing along there. If it was scaled that you only needed sort of tens of machines to make each of the final product things you need, then that would probably be okay. But it's sort of somewhere in between. It's as if it doesn't know whether it wants to have Factorio's thousands of items or millions of items per second throughput, or whether it wants to be big and impressive and pretty and stuff. And so it in a way, it doesn't really do either of them, and that's sort of the problem. I don't think scale has to be the point of a factory game. It feels like it usually is, but that's because we're all used to Factorio, and to an extent to Foundry. And so, but you can have. I mean, Satisfactory is on a smaller scale than Factorio. There's no getting around that. And that's fine, but it's still too big for having to make every building manually. And yeah, as Quago said, having to make the blueprints beforehand, it's fine. It doesn't really matter, I suppose. I mean, when I was playing, I made a blueprint for a smelting block, and then when I wanted to use those, I'd go out and I'd put down 2 or 3 of them because I couldn't make them the size I wanted to. Then I'd have to go in and link the power and link the belts and link everything else together, which is a bit of a faff because, again, they were quite small units. And some of the bigger builds, I think I did do a little bit with the blueprints, but again, the blueprints were so small that they didn't actually work well enough to make up for it. Now, I've heard that there are mods that give you bigger blueprints, and maybe that would help a little bit as well. But it was problematic. And then the train system, making your rails actually straight was annoying. Making them join up was annoying. If you took out a piece of rail on a corner, did you? Yeah, it didn't actually have corner points. If you took out a piece of rail on a corner and then put it on a junction and then put it back in again, they wouldn't link up, even though they'd appear to be, and it just broke in so many ways. Yes, the solar panels are, I believe, all hooked up. Oh, there we go. It is now daytime, so they've now woken up. Yeah, they. Oh no, it is now midnight, so they've woken up. What? So they're all resetting themselves? I don't entirely understand, but yeah, these ones are all idling because they hadn't seen the sun yet, so they hadn't really kicked in and turned on. They didn't know where the sun hadn't been in a place where they could point at it, so they hadn't bothered to try. Except apparently they reset at midnight or something like that, so they're all moving now. I don't know, but they're working for us anyway. And yes, exactly. That's my point, Madman. Is that yes, the Satisfactory is both. Feels like it's trying to be both small scale with sort of the difficulty of building all the machines and so on, whilst also being large scale with saying, well, to make a nuclear pasta you need 300 copper powder or whatever it is for that recipe. I can't remember exactly. And then telling you need to make 1,000 of whatever the advanced doohickey is to send over to the space elevator to complete that phase. So yeah, it was. Yeah, so if you wanted to complete anything in a decent amount of time, you had to build out absolutely enormous builds. But then if you build it, but building out the enormous builds takes forever and is frustrating. So yeah, it's problematic. Right, let's have a look at the space station because we haven't all stream. I need to upgrade my transport, but I need to do all this R&D shenaniganery. So we'll run through this quickly. I can't remember what order I improve these things in anymore. I don't think it really matters. So let's go and do some upgrades here. Mining drone, sure, have some upgrades. Agriculture bot, planter drone, you have on that, and a couple of those. Farmer robot, right, well let's make you way less so we can ship more up at a time. Science robot, no. Military robots, combat drone, you can have an upgrade too. Right, so that's all of that. Yeah, it comes down to we need 3D in Factorio. Yeah, maybe, or maybe we don't. Maybe Factorio is just as good as it is because it doesn't have to worry about a third dimension. And trying to force it to be 3D would just make it objectively worse. And all these games are just going to continue being sort of somewhat pale imitations, perhaps. I don't know. Products, combat, farmer robots. Nearly 200 of those. That's good. That suggests that's working quite well. I've got 400 of these, so we're not selling them fast enough, and we're making them far too quickly. Are we still short of screen bots? Well, only a little bit. We're very short of cleaning bots. Is that because we're not making them? I think it might be. I think we might not be making cleaning bots. We're definitely not making, mining robots or combat robots. So that's those are to be made later. But that's fine. So this looks like things are mostly okay. We're maybe a little bit short of light bots, but none of those are worryingly low. Yeah, I mean, there's some extent of multiple levels with Factorio, in that there've been some people who've done sort of subterranean things by putting them on different surfaces. There's the underground belts, of course. So yeah, there's hints of 3D in there, but definitely not very 3D. Go Z level in the same way Dwarf Fortress does. That'd be interesting. Have I missed any messages I'm going through? Yeah, you're sort of right, Quago. That you're always going. It's sort of saying that you're always going to be missing the last item. Yeah, yes and no. I mean, if you have 100 different buildings that you make, or let's say 50 different buildings you make, and that doesn't seem unreasonable for this game, then you need 50 slots in your inventory to carry one of each, or to carry one stack of each thing, and then you realise you actually need more belts and more inserters than that because they're the things you use much more often. Whereas if you only have 20 different components that all of those things are built out of, then you can fit a lot more. Then you can have all the bits and pieces you need with you to then go off and build a whatever, even if it takes you by surprise and you didn't realise you were going to need one. So there's a bit of a difference there, I think. Right. Do I want to expand my my empire? So yeah, this is the sort of thing. This is the sort of thing that makes the game feel like you're supposed to be building on a very, very large scale, because there are all of these systems where you can sell your robots and try and make your company bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. It's frankly a ridiculous quantity of them, I feel, but it is it is there and available for you to try and do if you want to. I feel like I want to go off to these two because they're sort of on their own on the end of somewhere. And we're definitely making the heavy-duty transport bots. And we're not making minor bots, but we're making 2 of those. So yeah, this seems like a reasonable one to unlock. Let's grab that. Grab that. Do we have a ship for you? Yes, we do. Awesome. So we can do that. And then we say, yes, just have all of the things. Great. And then Cali Rocks will do the same. License. No. Also, this game desperately needs more money sinks. It doesn't... I have more money than I know what to do with. I have more... so, the economy doesn't feel like it's balanced, shall we say. I can go back to my space station. I think I need to do some upgrades now, probably. I certainly need to buy some more spaceships. Can I buy... Let's just buy some more of these. So I've got some spares. I don't know how much hangar space I have. That's 5 of them. But, you know, while I'm here, let's do some station upgrades. Oh, we're currently doing a hyper... Oh, no, I am a hyper-industrial assembly. That is my company rank at the moment. Construction drone bay. Sure, let's do that. Let's make the upgrade happen. Let's make any future upgrades happen faster. I don't know if I need solar panels. We can upgrade the spaceship hangars to hangar bay C. I've not got enough power. So, okay, that suggests that I need to upgrade my reactor. So we'll do that. I don't think it's the hangar that... Oh, maybe it's the hangar... Okay, so... Yeah, okay, it's hangar bay extensions that I want. These are the ones that give me more... Allow me to have more ships. Because the basic ships I've got are big enough for virtually everything, except bringing thermalite down from space down to the ground. So I don't care too much about that. What can I improve on my spaceships? Sure, let's have a fuel efficiency upgrade. Why not? Just queue some stuff in here, and we'll have a high power station antenna, so I can go to more galactic sectors because I don't know how much of that I've got available at the moment. Also, communications center. I don't know how many of these I've got available. Give me another 10 trade licenses, but I don't know how many I'm using at the moment. Sure, fine. We'll let those run. And then I can go back to the galaxy map and go, okay, where should we go next? What does Zeronor need? I have some of those, but not very many. Ideally, I'd like... Actually, let's look for agricultural planets. Agricultural planets? Is that a thing? How does the highlighting work? Oh, there we go. Sector type. So, have I gone out to Malvinox already? Or Galax? Where have I... Okay, so I've gone to... Okay, so I've bought Faridurus, so we can go to supply route configuration and give it a... Oh, it's got a ship, so we're doing this one already. Okay, fine. I'd like to sell more of my farming robots, but there doesn't seem to be a great deal of demand for those, even from the far agricultural planets. Doing Zoriran already. You know, these are all marine exploration and stuff like that, but they're not as farming related as they're not trying to get the farming robots that I'm making. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. Maybe there's a better place to look this up. Satisfaction. Yeah, I was talking about the quantum storage thing earlier, saying I'd quite like to have something similar in this. What? Maybe these aren't... These are... Nothing is changing when I click these buttons. I can't tell what is needed where. Oh, I see. I click that. Right, so I need to look for the planets with these little leaf things under them, maybe. This is not the most user-friendly interface I've ever seen. How about over here? No, you see, even over here, this is an agricultural planet, but they don't want my farming robots. So I built them, and now there's no demand for them, which is kind of frustrating. What? someday I'll get around to looking at what all the symbols mean, like that one and that. What's strawberry and what's the checker flag, and I don't know. That one wants a miner robot, so maybe that'd be a good one to make next. There's a lot of places seem to want science robots, so I guess that'd be a good one to build. And some mining robots as well, and more mining robots. Yeah, so maybe making farming robots first was a bad idea. I don't know. Or maybe I should just expand out and just try and do absolutely everything. Whatever. Right, we'll worry about this another time though, because as has been pointed out, it is nearly tomorrow. So it'd be good to good to sort of try and wind the stream up, because I think it's been a reasonably good one. I feel like I've achieved stuff. Okay, the solar is now kicked in and the solar hasn't quite kicked in because it is still only 7:15, and it doesn't start working until 8 o'clock in the morning. So if we look at the grid stats, we can see that the batteries are empty. The solar panels have not kicked in yet, so we're still only producing the 65 megawatts out of the 75-ish that we need across the factory. So yeah, we do need the solar panels to kick in, but I do now have 60 of them, which is a good number. Yeah, I agree. It sort of wouldn't work in Foundry in quite the same way. You almost need. Well, Madman had the idea earlier that you should be launching all of your completed buildings up to the space station, and then the space station drops them down from above, and we can zoom out. That's sort of useful. Drops them down from above into where they need to be built, or construction drones like Factorio. We've got the construction ships. They just only build the really, really big buildings. So it could be better. Also, I feel like I should chop down these trees so the solar panels get more sun in the early part of the day. But I don't think that's a mechanic in this game. All right, how are we doing now? There we go. So we're now making 39 megawatts from the solar panels. So the solar panels are now just over half the demand for the factory. So I clearly do need to double it again. To get it up to the point where it's going to be actually producing enough power to get to that we don't really need the steam turbines. But it is now producing, between them, they're producing enough power to charge the batteries up, keep the factory satisfied. I think that 103 megawatts we're seeing at the moment is because the batteries are pulling in 32 megawatts down here and charging themselves up gradually. So it seems to be kind of okay. Yeah, orbital dropping buildings does seem fairly awesome. Was it StarCraft or one of the weirder CNC games that did something like that? I feel like it's the sort of thing they would do. You know what? Let's do that and double my solar again. Or actually, let's not. Let's do. I can't go the other way because those pylons are in the way. But if I go that way, I run the risk of getting in the way of my oil process. So actually, the oil processing is going to expand this way if it does. So yeah, let's do that. Let's call that my new solar requirement. So demolish terrain, demolish the decor, confirm the paste. What are we missing? We've got enough panel lines. That was quite loud. I could do with some more batteries. I could obviously do with more solar panels. And I could do with more foundation. Let's go and get some of that. Oh yeah, maybe that's what I was thinking of. Yes, the Terran buildings do fly around. Was there not... I have a feeling that there was a game where your buildings dropped in from the sky, but I am honestly not sure. Maybe it wasn't StarCraft. Right, okay, there we go. That's taken a chunk of that out. What were the other things? Oh, it was just straight up more solar panels and a few more batteries. Solar panels were... There's that belt of energy cells. Yes, it's over here. It's this machine. And it's the wrong way round because of reasons. So I made another 25 there. That's not going to be enough, of course. If we go in and look at the pastomatron, we can see that we actually need another 57. But, you know, we can put some of those in. We only need another 32. So, you know, that's only one more stack. And if I go and get some large batteries as well while I'm waiting, I can get another 5 of them. If I do manage inventory, is it shift? No. paste. Right, and then manage inventory. So I don't actually want to carry another 20 of those around with me. And if it could not take all of the batteries, then there'd be some left for solar panels. Although actually there's probably enough buffered on this belt that the solar panels aren't going to have too much trouble being built anyway. So we've got 6 of them. If I wait for a 7th... Why is there... Oh, yeah, the hole in the ground there because the electronic component's going through. Fine. I guess that's allowed. I'll just have to try and stop falling into it. Right, now there's 7 of them. If I go in and paste again, we should be down to 1 stack of 25, I think. Yeah, 25 more required. So that's 1 stack here. So I guess I could go over and fiddle with the solar line, with the power lines, and just make sure they're all tied up correctly. Because it's going to be a little while until those solar panels are built, because they take a while. So I'll nip over and just wire things up a little bit more carefully, or a little bit more properly. Okay, so this is going to be. Is this going to work? These are going to work because the batteries are fine, because I can just link them together like this. This feels a bit like Satisfactory. putting a build down and then having to go in and do all your cabling afterwards. So that's going to be fine. The solar. Well, if I can get power to here, then I guess it's going to be okay. But the problem is I can't link that one to there because you can only have 2 cables going onto a solar panel. So I can do that and that and that, and then when I get some more, I can do the same sort of thing over here as well. It just means that there isn't power being fed in at either end. So in that case, that means I need to come over to here, and do a cable from there to. Where is it? I don't know where the halfway point is. About here. I'm confused. Oh, that cable is. I have messed up. I've made loops of cable rather than sort of snaking back and forth in cable. So those should not have been in there. What we should have here is a cable going from that pylon to there, then that one to there. There we go. This is more sensible. And then this one will go into the ones in here when they arrive. At the moment, I can't do anything about that. Right, okay. That's a bit better. So quite a lot of these solar panels are now hooked up. I think all of the batteries are now hooked up. So we should have ludicrous amounts of battery storage, and also a healthy there we go, 123 megawatts of power being generated. So I've now got equal amounts coming in from the solar panels and from the steam turbine, nearly, and quite close. My factory overall, when it's running, requires what, 70, wasn't it? It was just or 75. So at the moment, I do still need more solar if I'm going to be able to power it just off solar panels. Whether I need more batteries, I don't really know at this point. We'll let that chuck that in there. You say Satisfactory has nice, neat builds. Whether the builds are neat depends on the player. My Satisfactory factories were not neat and tidy. They were there was quite a lot of spaghetti going on in them. I think in both Satisfactory and Foundry, and Factorio for that matter, you can either make a neat build or you can make utter spaghetti. Both options are available to the player. It's up to you which way you want to go. And so I mean I don't know whether Foundry is going to be as good as Satisfactory. It doesn't. The Satisfactory is still a prettier game. I will not be denying that. But there are various cosmetics, so the decor items. I've got things like walls that I could build, and glass and sloping glass windows, and another type of window, and I've got office furniture and an office plant, and a statue and a plaque. I could make hanger gates and door for various door types and things like that. So there are there are quite a lot of random bits and pieces of pretty stuff that you can make, and at least construct a building around your assembly lines if you want to. I tend not to bother with that sort of thing, as you've probably noticed, and so my factories tend to be, well, this is assembly lines laid out in the world. Maybe I should come along and put walls down the sides of here and put a roof over the top, but then it would make it a bit more awkward to get in and fiddle with things when I needed to get some of them, when I need to get to my mall. Or perhaps this should have a sort of tall sides and then an open sides with a roof over the top of it in case it rains. And then these ones over here, because these are ones where I don't really need to get into them, this whole area should have a big roof, big walls and a roof over it and around it. And I should take out all the soil and put flooring underneath it and stuff like that. These are all things that I certainly could do, but I don't think it would make an interesting stream, and it doesn't interest me all that much. I'm more interested in the sort of the building and the automation and that sort of thing. So maybe I need to play multiplayer with somebody who likes going around and prettifying things, and they can put buildings around my constructions or build up buildings and tell me that they want me to build inside them or whatever is appropriate. Maybe that would be a good way to do this. Yeah, quite. We don't need roofs. Our machines work in the rain, apparently. I don't remember noticing it raining on this planet. It definitely gets foggy, but I don't remember noticing any rain. But yeah, I mean, you can see these do look sort of kind of rubberized and waterproof. I guess that's the cartoony art style makes them feel kind of like maybe they are waterproof. It seems to be okay anyway. And yeah, there's no incentive for building a roof over. And then if I had come along and put in a roof, then I might have found that I wouldn't be able to get this belt over the top, for example, or this pipe in because there wouldn't have been room, and then it just causes problems later. So I'm generally, I think, reasonably happy with just building out in the open like this. And it's also, again, it's what I'm used to because I play Factorio. How am I doing now for my... Ooh. Nope. There we go. That's my last two solar panels placed. Let's go and finish those cables off and then call it a stream. Because I think it is now, in fact, midnight, so it is time for me to go to bed. But it's been a good one today, I think. I mean, I've set up that whole... I've expanded my plastic production facility here, and I'm dumping it into this little airport, so a plane can come over and take it away over there to bring back the massive quantities of green circuits you've seen. Oh, here comes a plane with those green circuits right now, in fact, so I can then unload them over there. I've expanded out my solar production, solar power production over here. There still seem to be some solar panels missing. What are you playing at? Why did you tell me they were all done when they are not in fact all done? Were you lying to me, game? Yes, I think you were. That's very naughty. That said, I can stick in another cable, so it wasn't a complete waste of time coming over here. I can run one from there to there. Can't run one from there to there because that one isn't there yet. Can't run one from there to there because that one isn't there yet. So I guess this bank is just going to be unpowered for the time being. The batteries are all hooked up though, so that is a thing. I wonder if we're now producing more power than we're using. They're producing more solar power than we're totally using in total. Solar panels only 65 megawatts, but solar is now greater than steam, so that's nice. And we're also now we've got a nice cool 60 megawatts spare to charge up the batteries a bit more quickly, so that's really good too. Yeah, I think it got a good amount done today. It's very satisfying. Getting the green circuit production with the vein mining going was very nice. I'm not going to fly over there and show it off again because it's a long way away. It's a whole kilometre from here. But yes, having a good supply of green circuits is going to be really, really useful around the factory, I think. So definitely happy with that. Is that basically what when I did the soil recycler, which was a massive disappointment, and apparently means I need to do a little bit of upgrading before I can actually turn it into useful stuff properly over here. I wonder how much I've generated of actual ores from this machine. getting close to 100, but not quite there yet. Fine. I suppose I'll just have to pipe them. I don't know where I'm going to take these, but still, it feels useful to recycle stuff. Then yes, the vein mining and then the aircraft to bring the plastic out and the green circuits back. That's lovely. I still don't know where I went wrong with the numbers there, but I'll have another look at that another week, next week when I'm feeling a little bit fresher. Apparently, I now need to check on the screen bots to make sure they're being produced quickly enough. But we'll leave that for next time. So, thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. I think it's been a good one. There's been a nice variety of things being built, from massive things like these landing pads and the vein mining, to smaller builds like the green circuit production and the solar panels, and so on and so on. So yeah, it's going quite well. We've definitely stepped up in sort of scale of production from when I had sort of relatively small numbers of machines putting the metals together down here. Oh yeah, there's one of my old steel production areas over here. Isn't it cute? Right, so yes, it's been a good stream. I feel like I've got plenty done, and it's been good fun as well. So what's going to be happening next? So tomorrow and Friday there will be videos coming out. I think there's a Foundry video coming out for non-supporters this week on Friday, so keep an eye out for that. I'm going to be talking about some of my thoughts about the game and having a bit of a look around the factory that I've built so far. Then on another video on Thursday, which is going to be more Factorio based, which is not so surprising. Then on Monday we'll be back doing another stream at 7:30 PM UK time, where we'll be playing some more Factorio Planetary Pioneers and carrying on trying. I think we're basically done with Igris now, so I think we're going to be going back and looking at some of the other planets and trying to get them upgraded, and so we're ready to all things are upgraded and finished before we then try and go off to another planet and start playing around there as well. So that's going to be on Monday, and on Wednesday I'll be back for some more Foundry again, once again at 8 PM, and we'll be finishing off all of these things I've been talking about, and maybe I will actually get to make another assembly line and build some mining or military or something else robots. We shall see. It seems to be quite a big process to do any sort of expansion at this point. Alright, so that's everything I have for you today. Thank you very much for watching. Please make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel, following on Twitch, yada yada, yada yada yada. And if you're watching on Twitch, which I see quite a few of you are, please hang around for a couple of minutes, because we're going to go off and raid someone and see what other people are playing around the Twitch ecosystem. So, once again, thank you very much for being here, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Right, so we have an end screen, and then we pause the game so it doesn't carry on playing while I'm not paying attention. Then we go over to here, and we say we want to raid someone. Let's go off and see who's good for raiding. So I'd like to find anyone who's raided me. Okay, Laurence up. He's on. I recognise that name. So that's that's Minecraft. Let's see if anyone's playing Foundry first, because I feel like if anyone is playing Foundry, that'd be a good one to go off and join. No, but nobody's playing that. All right, let's go and see Solron. Clear that filter there, no, stop that. People who've raided me. There we go. Right, let's go and see him. So once again, oh no, I need to click the button. So I've got 10 seconds. Right, once again, thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.